Okay, we'll get started. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining the Board of Forestry virtual retreat for October 7th, 2021. I'm going to express a hope that this is our last ever virtual retreat. All we can do is hope. This will be day 2 of a 2-day informal planning retreat for the Board of Forestry members and agency leadership. As a reminder, no formal decisions will be made, even with a quorum present and public meeting parameters met. No public comment or testimony will be available for this retreat, but our discussions will be live streamed for public viewing. To ensure our viewers online can follow along with today's discussions, I'll go over some general housekeeping tips for our retreat participants to consider. With all of us engaging virtually, please silence cell phones. I'm going to demonstrate how to do that, and limit background noises. Use the gallery view so we can see everyone's face during our conversations. Raise your hand, use the raise hand feature in Zoom, or just speak up as we work through each of the agenda topics. Connect with everyone through the chat feature in Zoom. If you need a break, run into any technical issue, or would like to reach out to the facilitator. For the record, and to help those listening online, we ask all board members and agency staff to state their name before speaking if they are not identified by the discussion leader or facilitator. We are again joined by Oregon Consensus, and Robin Harkless is again our facilitator. So before we conduct our morning round again of introductions, any questions? In that case, I will start with board introductions. Chandra?
Good morning, Chandra Ferrari, board member.
Great. Brenda?
Brenda McComb, board member. Thank you, Jim.
Joe?
Joe Justice, board member.
Carla?
Good morning, Carla Chambers, board member.
Ben?
Ben Doimling, board member.
You're all there and you all appear to have had enough coffee. Great. Nancy, if you're there, can you introduce agency staff that's with us today?
Sure. Good morning. I'm Nancy Hirsch. I'm the acting state forester, and we have a number of executive team members here today. So start off with Bill.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, board members, Bill Herber, Deputy Director for Administration, ODF.
And I'll go to, I'm not sure I see, looking for Kyle, but I'm not sure he's able to come on here this morning. So let's go to Liz.
Morning, my name's Liz Dent. I serve as the State Forest Division Chief. Good to see you all this morning.
And Doug.
Good morning all. Doug Graff here, serve as Chief of Fire Protection.
Josh.
Good morning, Josh Bernard, interim division chief for private forests.
Go to Ryan.
Good morning, Ryan Gordon, interim partnership and planning program director.
And Ryan, I can't quite tell, is there somebody sitting next to you?
That's Bill, and here, so we've got dual screens going on here in the Tillamook room. We got the close up on our face, and then you got the wide view of us in the Tillamook room.
Okay, I just couldn't tell there, so thank you. Then we'll go to Sabrina.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Perez. I'm the Senior Strategy Manager for the Administrative Branch.
Okay, and I recognize that I think Danny is with us today for this conversation. Your audio is not coming through, Danny.
There we go. Danny Norlander with the Policy and Analysis Unit.
Okay, I think that does it. I think Kyle Abraham, Acting Deputy State Forester, will be able to join us a little later this morning. He's, I think, engaged on some of the private forest cord work this morning. So with that, I'll turn it back.
Actually, Nancy, great. Thank you. I'm going to turn it right back over to you. I think you've got some opening thoughts for us, and then I'll follow up after that.
Okay, well, I will keep my thoughts fairly brief. I think Robin and I touched base on this a little bit, but certainly continue to reflect last night on a grand day yesterday. And I'll stick with my simple theme that I left off on yesterday with the term ownership. Today's definitely a day where the board will continue your discussions. But this time, I think I hope you find them as engaging because there'll be a lot of time spent with staff. You're going to have a chance here this morning to, I think, understand, particularly for some of the newer board members. We'll do a brief refresh around really the strategic planning of the board and really talk briefly about the mechanics of it, which is really all to say that we'll highlight those tools and the framework that you have relative to decision-making tools to affect change. And then we'll really dive into the body of work that's existing in your ongoing work plans. And I'll just keep emphasizing today because as you all move through the next couple of years, you will, I think we will all feel overwhelmed at times because there is a lot and there's a lot to track. Having said that, the work plans themselves are really your tools, and it's a body of your work that we're here to support. And so that ownership will continue to be really, really important. And then lastly, we'll have some discussion around new ideas, potential new strategic initiatives that won't just be a body of work plan items that are ongoing that you got handed, but rather ideas that you might be able to shape that are new and you can own in a very new way. So with that, maybe I go to Robin.
Thank you, Nancy. Good to see everybody this morning. Robin Harkless with Oregon Consensus. Just before we kind of launch into an overview and review from the department on all of the work ahead, just wanted to check in with the board members and see if there are any kind of additional insights that came to you overnight as you were decompressing maybe and processing from day one. And also if there's any particular needs that you have for today in order to be kind of fully present and able to participate. So either of those, feel free to make an offering this morning before we get started. Really just want to get your voices in the room before we launch. So I have to start with somebody and then you can kick it over to somebody else. I'll start with Ben this morning.
Good morning. Thanks for teeing this up. I thoroughly enjoyed yesterday, and I apologize for having to leave a little bit early, but I felt like I got a ton out of the meeting, and I enjoyed the back and forth. It was very refreshing to be able to just sort of have conversation with everybody for extended periods of time. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to today and looking forward to it. Do I pick somebody now? Carla, you're next to me on the screen.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? I thought yesterday was very good. And I think it's the right tone and the right, just the right approach for a board to be effective. And, I just thought it was a very solid and thoughtful conversation. I like the forest health piece. And I think, Ben, you really provided leadership in that. And so much just relates back to the forest health of what's going on in Oregon. And I also really like the reality versus the aspirational discussion. Where are we really at and where do we want to be? And so I just thought it was overall a great day and a good discussion.
And pass the hot potato.
All right, Brenda.
Thank you, Carla. Yeah, I thought yesterday was an excellent conversation and really got us all talking about how we would like to see this proceed forward. I think focusing on policies that ensure that we have fully functioning forest ecosystems across all forest types in the state of Oregon really sets the stage for thinking about how to achieve that goal while also dealing or contributing to resolving some of the challenges around climate change. And so I think the climate smart forestry blanket that covers all of the various goals is really the way we need to go to ensure that we have those fully functional ecosystems on into the future. You know, I guess me being my impatient self is now anxious to start getting some stuff done. So I'll turn it over to Joe. Maybe he can tell us how to get stuff done.
Well, thanks, Brenda. I do, as do I like to get stuff done. I thought it was a good day yesterday. I apologize for the end of the meeting there. I was just struggling. You're on these Zooms sometimes, and occasionally it happens where you get bits and pieces of the conversations. That's a little hard to track, but the morning was great. I too thought it was a good constructive conversation with the board. I'm very optimistic about this board and the way we will continue to work together. I think one of the things that I look forward to, and I picked up on the end of the conversation talking about the plan for Oregon, was the conversation about active management and what that really meant. And I guess I look forward to that discussion. I think I appreciated the things that I did here, and I think that is something that how we define that, what that means to us, how we approach that. I just kind of look forward to that dialogue with this board, frankly, with the people on this board. I think that will be a good discussion to further kind of bring that all together, what that means to us, right? Or what that means to this body. That's very important to me. I certainly have my own bias as to what I think active management is, but I'm a member of this board, and I think we need to pull that all together, right? And so that's something that I think was, I wish I could have been engaged in that conversation a little bit further yesterday, but that really wasn't the place to really have a robust conversation about that. I think that's the next step where we get into the plan and really begin to start talking about what it looks like. So I guess I just look forward to that conversation about active management, what that means to us as a body. Thank you. Chandra, are you the last one?
I think Jim still has to go, but I'll.
Oh, okay. He always gets to go.
Yeah, I thought yesterday was a fantastic conversation. And on reflection, interestingly, I think one of the things that stuck with me, it was from you, Joe. And when you said you had gratitude, and that was one of the things in perspective that was helping you make it through the last 18 months. And I thought about that because I think that was a big tool for me also. And now I'm thinking that I've got a lot of gratitude that I was placed on the board with this group of folk, because I honestly, I have a sense of optimism that we will be able to have good dialogue and push things forward. And I think everyone shares the same sense of urgency to move things forward. And I think that's going to meet the need for the moment. I think we do need to act with urgency. And I think we have to maintain a sense of optimism, even for those of us that struggle with that sometimes, because it'll be hard work and the challenges are pretty enormous. And the other thing I was reflecting on a little bit was stakeholders and our discussion around improving our relationship with FTLAC, which is, I think, a fantastic goal. But I think it extends to a lot of our stakeholders. And I have heard a lot of conversations and had discussions with folks that I believe are also setting the right tone for productive conversations. And it's been really encouraging to see that as well, because this board benefits from having a lot of expertise with our stakeholders on a lot of these issues that we get to hear from. And so overall, I guess my sense again is optimism, and I'm encouraged by the conversation and encouraged to get moving on some of this stuff. And Jim, I think you can wrap us up here.
You bet. Agree with what everybody has been saying, and also struck by the way Ben suggested we move forward, and struck by your comment, Chandra, yesterday, where you said that so often that you were about what you wanted to be saying was being said by one of your fellow board members. So that's great. And also appreciate the comment you just made about thinking about our other stakeholders. And, my personal experience was really having some of the industry people, I think, immediately kind of write me off as just a conservation advocate at the beginning. And so I really was proactive in reaching out and saying, no, my job is to hear all perspectives and all of that. And I think that was really well received. And so I encourage all of you to do that if you feel that that any of our stakeholders are not reaching out as much as they should be. Go ahead and tell them that. I think it works. I will be on Monday. OFIC is having their yearly confab, and so I will be speaking to them, and I'm looking forward to it. All that said, as we move ahead today, I did also want to touch on Chandra, what you brought up yesterday. This I want us all to be thinking about what is the board's leadership, its decision-making space, and how do we fit in, and be thinking and talking about what powers that we do have, what do we not have, what are the constraints, and to mention yesterday, how does that differ from public perception? And so what can we do that will maximize our service with the department and to the public? And as we get into this next stage, how can we help with the budget requests that go to the legislature for staffing capacity and other types of requests? And how can we communicate clearly and hopefully with one voice policy direction to the new state forester and to staff? They are looking to us always for guidance. And right now we're going to get into that conversation as we look at the work plans and put the CCCP into action and work together to put together policy option packages for the legislature. Also, just would want to make the point that I said months ago when after Senate Bill 762 was passed that the department had a lot that was handed to us, and it probably wasn't the time to overload staff with new ideas and new strategic initiatives. And in fact, now with the new possible private accord, once again, we may be in the situation with a lot more demands on staff. Nevertheless, given that, I think we should not be abandoning new ideas. And I think we should be open to discussing things that are not currently on these draft work plans. But I think we need to be realistic and realize that a lot of things we need to be visualizing 2023 and 2024, 2025. So with that, I think I'll turn it back over to you, Robin.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so if yesterday was about what I would describe as organizational health, today is really about organizational planning. So we're going to drop in and really look at what's ahead. So you'll spend the morning really hearing from the department leadership on what are the kind of current strategic initiatives and things that are evolving into the work plans. And then we'll have some conversation, and really what we're trying to tease out is kind of a just overall shared awareness of what's there, questions that you may have, and really looking for insight from all of you on, are there synergies, sequencing, ways in which you could see this big body of work actually being able to happen, and how that might flow over the next few years, if not the next 2, maybe the next 4 or so. And then the other thing, as Jim mentioned, if there are initiatives that are not currently on the plate, but should be considered, that we at least surface those for today, so that the department can sort of try to figure out how to weave those in and have something for you to be reviewing when they come back to you with a more solid draft, I guess, of these work plans. So I think Nancy will set a little bit more stage, and oh, and by the way, just kind of the flow of the morning. I think we'll pause after each program area or division area to just ask any clarifying questions, but really thinking that the dialogue will be best saved for once you get the holistic view. So we'll want to hear from all of the leads on the various programs before we really dive into that dialogue around what's missing, where are the synergies and sequencing that might be help you be all effective. So with that, enjoy. We'll take a break at 10, and we do plan to wrap up by 12:30 today. All right, so Nancy, back to you.
Okay, well, I feel like we are officially rolling our sleeves up a little bit further. If we're on the tractor, maybe we're in 2nd or 3rd gear, Jim. So I'm actually going to go right first to Bill Herber and Ryan Gordon to provide just a little bit of that, the mechanics, an overview of the mechanics of these processes. So there you go, Bill.
Thank you, Nancy. Yes, as we've discussed, there's quite a few challenges in front of the board and the department for accomplishing their goals. I lost my Zoom. Anyways, we'll be talking such as limited staff resources, the time the board has to address issues, and of course, all the competing priorities in front of us. What we'll be talking about over the next couple of hours are some of the ways we manage all that complexity, and how we can take board, department, and external priorities and create a plan of action that sets us all up for maximum chance of success. This effort is outlined in a planning process that Ryan and myself will quickly and at a high level describe to you before we get started with the division chiefs and program managers. So we are talking through a strategic planning process handout that you got. It's about 5 pages long, and we'll be working through that. The majority of it is on slide 3 and 4 that Ryan will be talking about. But on slide 2, we're talking about the planning process goals. So what are the goals for this effort? And in plain speak, it's pretty simple. Given that you only have so much time to work with the department, we need to focus your time on the important issues, and we must most effectively organize your work in a manner that allows you the ability to engage on these topics. This organization is paramount given the long-running nature of many of our issues. So you need a way to manage that continuity across all your touch points, be it informational updates, consent items, or decision points during board meetings. The efficient use of staff time is critical given our limited resources and multitude of efforts underway. We better be focusing on things that matter with a fevered intensity to get things done. I like that word you used, Jim, yesterday on intensity, because I think that's an approach that we need to take to get all this stuff done. And lastly, given that we are an executive branch agency with Oregon state government, our ability to manifest work happens through our biennial budget. So a linkage and alignment of that strategic planning is critical with that body of work if we want to ensure we have the resources to make our efforts move along. So there's a lot of moving pieces to this work, and we'll only be talking about a couple aspects of those today, the work plan and the strategic initiatives. So to fill in some of those gaps, I'll hand it over to Ryan to give you an overview of the timeline and the components of how this work fits together that makes this all possible.
Thank you, Bill. And again, for the record, Ryan Gordon. And I think if it helps for direction, I think we're on, now I'm talking about page 13 in the board packet that was sent out to everyone this morning. And And essentially that's a little bit of a roadmap or a timeline. Then I'd like to start there to just kind of help orient folks to where we're at in this biennial planning process. So hopefully everybody's got that graphic up in front of them. I'm going to pause for a minute and see if anybody's looking confused or.
That was in the email that was sent out to us this morning.
Yeah, yes, it was correct.
Yeah, and mine aren't numbered. The pages aren't numbered. What are we looking for?
So the heading on there says components and timeline for planning and budgeting. In my PDF, it is page 13 of 22. Got it? Okay, great.
Thank you.
So again, this is kind of the roadmap or the timeline, if you will, for our biennial planning process. And we thought it'd be helpful to just kind of get a start today to think about where we are at in that cycle. So you see the big red arrow up at the top there. It's kind of the you are here thing that you always see on the map in the mall, or maybe at the trailhead would be a more appropriate analogy for this group today. So we're in early October. And we are in the middle of this periodic strategic planning assessment. And that is really the time in this cycle when we, as a staff and as a board, are taking stock of all of those external inputs that are coming to us. And I'll talk about this process a little bit more specifically on the next page, but just want to kind of get the bigger overview here. So we're taking all those external inputs and kind of trying to make sense of them and put them in the context of other ongoing core business that we've got, and thinking about new business, new constraints, new things that are maybe shaping that current business, or new initiatives that we really have to engage in. So it's really taking a look at those competing priorities, opportunities, and challenges. And then, as Bill was saying, thinking about the limited resources that we have as a department and as staff, and the limited time that we have with the board. And putting all of that together and trying to make some decisions about what we think are the most important topics that we need to bring before all of you, either as informational items, to get your feedback and review, or to make those important decisions. So all of that feeds into the development of these work plans that we're going to be discussing today. And then along with that, or coming out of that, we are already, hurtling towards the development of our agency budget. We're thinking about the next short legislative session. And we're thinking about legislative concepts. So we've already finished one long session. We have a short break where we're trying to make sense of all that. And then we're very quickly gearing up and thinking about the next long session. And I think particularly in this cycle, also being cognizant of some important topics that are going to also be discussed during this short session. And so all of that is kind of, at the top of this chart is the strategic planning that we're doing on a continuous cycle. And then below that line gets into the operational components, the actual development and implementation of our fiscal budget and our fiscal year operating plan. And then of course that trickles down into individual work plans for staff, for units, for divisions. So that kind of gives you a sense of the timeline, where we're at, and how it fits into that biennial planning cycle. And then just for, I think what's important, for this conversation today is that we'll talk through the work plans here, have some good conversation and feedback from all of you. We'll present to you a draft in January, and then a final version will be put on the March agenda as a consent item. And then at the 1 year mark, we do have the opportunity to come back and take a look at those work plans and make a determination if there are any kind of course corrections needed. There's a variety of reasons why maybe some work might go slower, some might go faster, and also it's very probable that we'll have some other things that come along that are new priorities that we need to talk about and figure out where they fit in. So if we go to the next page in that handout, there's kind of a diagram there, and I just wanted to dive into that a little bit deeper. I think it helps to give us a little bit more detail about this periodic strategic assessment that we're in right now, this period of taking stock of all the external input that we're getting, which is noted there, as well as those external influences that we have. So the last legislative session, I think, is pretty prominent for us right now. If we think about, for instance, SB 762. As I said earlier, we're taking all that and trying to make sense of it, reconcile it, and do our best to create some priorities around all of that. And from there, do the best we can to build a work plan that we think makes sense and highlights those issues, and bring that to you to get your feedback and your review to see how we've done, and help us to focus that and put a plan together that helps us get the right information and the right decision points to you over the next couple of years. And hopefully in a rhythm that allows for some thoughtful and timely discussion, and allows us to get the public input and other external inputs that we need to forward those decision-making processes. So kind of moving down through that chart as it funnels down into the work plan, those individual agendas and the decision points that you all have. We focus on the strategic initiatives, and those are listed in all the boxes here across the bottom. Bill's going to talk a little bit more about that in a second, but essentially, the work plans, at least from my perspective, the work plans really highlight the tools that the board has to make change. And that all centers around some of the different strategic initiative items that are listed down here. Trying to think, I think the other thing that I wanted to mention here, so hopefully that's making some sense, and I'll pause as well for questions in a second. I know I've been talking for a while. I was reflecting as I was looking at this last night and reflecting on our conversation about the FPFO yesterday. I think with the revision of the FPFO, one of the things that I mentioned is that I really feel like that document has the potential to be a lens through which we are looking at all these external inputs and using it to help shape our priorities. And I think with the revision that you all are talking about, it has the potential to move on this chart from being off in the wing there as kind of an influence and come into the center of the diagram, really helping us to focus and develop those priorities that we use to shape the work plan and use to shape the information that we bring to you. So hopefully that helps a little bit and made some sense. I'm going to pause before handing it back to Bill, I think, and just see if there's any questions or discussion.
All right, then we'll wrap that up. Thank you, Ryan. So as was mentioned, we'll be spending the next couple of hours hearing from division chiefs and program managers on the various strategic initiatives and work plans in front of the board for the next 2 years. Robin framed it up well, but we are looking for discussion and feedback on these plans and concepts to ensure alignment across all areas. So on the final slide of that particular packet is what is a strategic initiative. We probably could have used a slide that says what is a work plan, but as Nancy mentioned, these are your products, these are your tools, but what exactly are they? Ryan touched on the work plans a little, but essentially that's your mechanism for ensuring accountability on the work of the issues we're trying to address. And they ultimately let the department and its staff manage limited time, resources, and priorities in front of us. Strategic initiatives are concepts that you'll hear about that haven't made it to that stage yet. Ultimately, your oversight in the process that we want to move forward on those initiatives depends on how the work manifests of the particular concept. Ryan pointed out with your tools to affect change in the green boxes on slide 4 there, that strategic initiatives will usually reconcile to one or more of those tools. So sometimes an initiative will be an effort that results in a change of department authority, such as a rule change or a legislative concept that results in statutory change, or it might be a change in how we do business, one that needs adjustment to the department's biennial budget, or needs significant stakeholder involvement or change in department approach, which can be driven by board influence on agency direction and policy. Regardless, strategic initiatives are bodies of work that require interaction with external processes such as budgeting, legislative action, rulemaking, and Board of Forestry work plans to successfully implement over time. And you will now be hearing concepts that fall into all of these scenarios. So I say we just get started. I'm not sure who I'm handing it back to, Robin or Nancy.
If you're good, we just roll, Robin? Okay.
Yeah, unless there are any questions about the overall kind of planning process. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, we covered the mechanics, the sequencing and the tools. And I think it's the tools that this board, my sense is, will be using a lot of your tools to create and move us towards a continued refreshed vision forward. I like to take small bites at pieces of information because I can oftentimes get overwhelmed. So I have had myself carrying around kind of a piece of paper that has a lot of maybe scribbles and ugly markups on it. So I'm going to share that with you, but it has gone through a beautification process with a couple staff folks. But because of the magnitude of work that is ongoing, I've had this tool, and I think Hillary or somebody's going to put it up here on the screen for me so that we can talk about it a little bit. It's also in your packet. I think it's right before the strategic planning pieces.
Yeah, it's just before the slides. So if you're following on the PDF, it's page 10.
All right, there we go. So can't really say that it's a flow chart, but it a schematic, if nothing else, that for me represents a body of work that essentially, if you look at the top there, top left, you'll see it's October 2021. So that's that red arrow again that that Ryan was speaking to, and that's where we're at. I call this the competing priorities for the 21-23 biennium, and that runs through June of 2023. So we have about 20 months left. And I often take note when I hear folks at this time of the year talking about, well, we've got the 2021-23 biennium, and it's almost talk like it's still out there in time, because it's quite a compression when we go from June to July in a full session, and we're in the middle of fire season with so many people out running and gunning in a sense. And you come back in the fall and everybody's trying to catch their breath, and it's like, whoa, we're already 3-4 months into that. So which is really about saying, you know, we're 15 to 20% into this time period. The items in the topics in the big box here, the blue ones represent work that the Board of Forestry has in its current work plan that's been ongoing. And then the red items really represent what came in that was new, that came in with our budget, essentially new programs, rules that need to be developed, and other directed items that fundamentally were driven by one item that's in the box speaks to the MGO recommendations. So that was ongoing work, but it's also new work with expected timelines. As has been referenced a lot, we've got Senate Bill 762 results. We have our ODF budget bill that brought new capacity, new bodies of work. We had the legislative Christmas tree bill and House Bill 5006. And so we got a lot of things in a lot of different ways with this past legislative session. And as Jim and I think others have pointed out here, some of this was really driven, not uncharacteristic that, what happens with the results of a legislative session. It's not uncharacteristic that, in a sense, we get what we got, right? What might be a little bit uncharacteristic is the magnitude of deliverables, the timeline associated with new investments, the magnitude of positions that we're needing to fill to really bring us to the capacity necessary to fully implement all of these items. And so all of that to say there are high expectations for us to collectively deliver. At the bottom of this little schematic, I've also identified a couple other areas. One is I've noted on the far right bottom gaps in opportunities. So as was mentioned earlier, we'll have a short session in February, and we have had commitments around a revisiting of our harvest tax bill that didn't get through in June. As you all know, our climate change policy option package wasn't really funded. And so we had a large body of work there outlined. And right now we don't really have the capacity, I think, to keep up with the vision around this forward. We did get capacity related to government, which is really greatly needed in terms of all of our work and coordination with Oregon's federally recognized tribes. I'd characterize legislative coordination as an area that is an opportunity where I think the agency can probably position ourselves a little more efficiently and effectively. And your executive team is having conversations around that right now, as well as we are in the strategic planning area. I would characterize that through obvious reasons in terms of the transitions that have occurred, but also I think just thoughtful reflection that we're really looking at trying to be more efficient and effective and really drive hard on this strategic planning piece. The agency, I think has historically been challenged to some degree, pressed into a lot of reactionary work. And I think it's the strategic planning arena that this board and the agency, if we can get this right going forward, we can move a little bit out of the reactive mode. Then on the far bottom left, what I have there are just some risks, and they're not just some risks. These are what I would characterize as really significant risks relative to completing our work. As I mentioned already, we're making significant progress on the recruitments, but for a variety of reasons, that's also been challenging. And I think you're aware of the obvious around that. Our large fire funding really is still the top of, I think, all of our priority list because we have such a significant fire season and the carrying costs of those when they are essentially not funded, with the exception of about $10 million out of over $125 million. I think we all know that there's a number of pieces of litigation ongoing that could certainly impact and affect change in the future. We also have ongoing work that we're doing with the Bureau of Land Management's West Oregon Operating Plan, and Doug will touch more on that later this morning. And then we have the vaccination requirement in the reopening, and we're continuing to push on that and still yet to be determined the impacts from that. So with that, those seem like small bites, and they're going to be broken up into much smaller pieces here as the division chiefs begin to walk through your work plans. But I guess I would leave it at that. I use this tool as a reminder as I walk throughout my day and weeks, because it's just a reminder right on my dashboard of these are the things that need to be tracked and that we need to be held account and that we are accountable for. So that's what we're focused on. And I'm going to pause here, and I'm not seeing any hands up. So I'd say we can let that go. And if you guys are good, we'll start by moving into the individual work plans. I see Robin smiling. Do you want to comment on that?
I just want to point out Carla's got her virtual hand up.
Good.
Go ahead, Carla.
I raised my hand under reactions, but it must not have come up. Under gaps, Nancy, you know, we've got lots of pieces relating to forest mitigation, but we don't have it identified really as an initiative. But if we look at Senate Bill 762, the federal dollars, the FEMA dollars, the state $20 million, our firefighting efforts, our WUI efforts, you know, forest mitigation as a category strikes me as a priority. But we've got all the pieces, but we're not identifying it necessarily as an initiative. And I wonder, I don't know if we need more direction there from the governor, but certainly all those pieces are coming our direction currently. And so that's a question that I think we need.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think you're rolling a lot of the pieces up to a singular topic, and I like that. I think it is expressed pieces of that in the wildfire risk reduction element. That includes the 20 million of the mitigation dollars and the 5 million for the small woodland grants. And then the other piece I would characterize is that there's two elements on this that represent the ongoing work, really our core business. And so as we look at receiving additional dollars coming from the federal government, I would surmise a lot of that will happen through our federal forest restoration unit that exists. And then it's being expanded by the investments that were made in 762. But all of that simply to say, I think as you get into these work plans, that's the opportunity really that the board has. How you want to kind of characterize and own a body of work, that's the conversation that we're inviting today. So we look forward to it. Oh.
All right. Any other questions for Nancy at this point? All right.
Okay, then I think we move to the first work plan component that Ryan will review, which is the emerging and overarching work plan.
Great, thank you, Nancy. And I've got that, at least I've got my hand annotated version here in front of me. And really there are two components here. I think that we can discuss it relatively quickly because we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about the FPFO, the Forestry Program for Oregon, and the revision. And that is really the big item and the largest amount of largest body of work, I think, in this work plan. There are a lot of TBDs as you look at the matrix and you look at the timeline, simply because we still need to develop and map out that process as we discussed yesterday. But we did start that conversation yesterday, and as we said, we've got the opportunity to come to all of you in March with a draft kind of strategy and framework with some time for a workshop in April and then a decision also in April. And based on that, we'd be able to, I think, do a little better job of planning that out. But certainly assuming that you all continue prioritizing that and thinking of that as a substantial revision, that will be the primary component of this work plan. So there's that piece. And then the second piece is Senate Bill 762. And this work plan kind of ends up representing kind of the partnership and planning work plan. And so represented in here are those components of 762 that fall to the partnership and planning program. And as you all know, that cuts across the agency. And so there are elements of that, for instance, in the protection programs work plan. We have three pieces there. There is the landscape mitigation program, the small forest landowner grant program, and the 20-year strategic plan. I would anticipate that we bring to all of you, updates on our progress with those two funding opportunities. I think that very likely the most discussion is around the 20-year strategic plan. As we bring capacity to bear on that work and start to develop and map out that that process and engage stakeholders, clearly there are some important touch points with the board. And I think also, a clear nexus with the FPFO, the climate and the carbon and climate change plan. I'm probably getting the order of that backwards, but the CCCP all have touch points there. So that's the other piece of this work plan. I wanted to just take a minute though also, so thinking of Carla about what you were just suggesting and thinking about how SB 762 cuts across all of our business and that there are other elements in our business for wildfire risk reduction. And I'm going out on a limb here a little bit. I mentioned it to Bill just briefly. I haven't necessarily said this with the rest of the executive team, but I personally think there's an opportunity here maybe to create a dedicated and coordinated work plan around that body of work. And maybe that speaks, Carla, to what you were talking about earlier.
It does. I think, where we're at today is about 10% of what was recommended by the Wildfire Council. And so that capacity is going to be built somewhere. And right now it just looks to me like we are the only option in town for building capacity. And I know, with what's going on in California, Washington, Idaho, Montana, many of those states are way out ahead of us in terms of mitigation. And I just want to be sure we really understand where we're at, what was recommended, and where will that capacity be built.
I'm just pausing to see if there's any other feedback there. Nancy's not raising her, oh, go ahead, Bill. Say Nancy's not raising her hand, so.
No, I think Ryan's idea is worthwhile, but I also just wanted to highlight, we'll be presenting these work plans in a construct that's kind of baked right now around the divisions, around some of the priority work. But those aren't what you're constrained to. Certainly, if there's things you want to move forward in a different way, that input is what we're looking for as well. And the idea Ryan floated is something along those lines.
Thank you.
Ryan, I'm sorry, could I clarify for a minute? When you're talking about a dedicated work plan, are you talking about the efforts to construct the 20-year plan and then secure needed investment and capacity to push that plan forward, or something else?
So that would be certainly a component of it. I guess, as an example, the next work plan that we'll discuss, or that Danny's actually going to discuss, is the climate change and forest carbon work plan. And so that's an example of a dedicated sort of subject specific work plan that pulls all of those related elements in one place. And while I know you all are looking at, I think, just a kind of the timeline and the table of what's happening associated with those and coming later is a narrative. And so I'm just simply suggesting that if it makes sense to kind of frame this particular topic up, thinking about those elements of SB 762 that, as Bill was saying, kind of fall into different operational components of our business and different divisions, and therefore are sort of represented that way in those work plans. Perhaps it's useful to put them all in one place and track them in a more coordinated manner.
So all of the components that are contributing to meeting essentially the forest restoration goals would be under one section. Carla, is that what you had been, that's what you suggested before?
That's what I'm, yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. And then isn't that 20 years really what we discussed yesterday? It's a 10-year theoretical update, knowing we're behind. But some of us suggested maybe it's a longer than a 20-year view. And I want to be sure that 20 years could be a 30 or 40-year view with a 10-year update. Is that the same 20 years we were talking about yesterday?
Well, we're getting, things are getting a little bit confused, I think, with different timelines. So under SB 762 and in our shared stewardship agreement, we would create a 20-year strategic plan focused on mitigation statewide. And that's separate from the FPFO, which right now it is slated to be reviewed and revised every 8 years, but has a 20-year span on that vision that's within it.
Thank you for that clarification. I was mixed up on that. Thank you.
So real quick, I see Brenda's hand, but I just want to make sure Chandra's question got answered and clarified, which is the potential for doing a work plan around all the aspects of Senate Bill 762.
No, yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I think it got clarified.
Okay, Brenda.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Brian, for this explanation, and it got me thinking. So the work plans are aligned with different divisions within the agency to facilitate getting the work done in an efficient manner. But how do cross-divisional work plans develop, or are there such things to ensure that there is coordination, collaboration, and among the divisions? You know, I mentioned the word silo yesterday, and I'd hate to see our you know, financial logistics further silo the different divisions.
Yeah, so I think, you know, great point. The challenge, of course, is always how do we organize and present information? And I think that's, you know, that's where we're at right here. We segment ourselves into some different business lines, you know, in our divisions, and that certainly does create the potential for siloing. And it, to a certain extent, you know, forces us to present information in a certain way. Having said that, I think operationally, you know, thinking about my regular job, we all work really hard to try to work across those silos and be cross-divisional. Certainly, I know I participate in a number of meetings on a regular basis with folks in other divisions, either on specific projects to make sure that we're connecting those dots, but also just you know, with really no real point in mind other than to say, hey, what are you doing? What's going on? To help keep those dots connected.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. And I appreciate the efforts at consultation and communication, but that's different than collaboration, and the authority to ensure that certain, well, for instance, the mitigation piece and the climate change piece, the group responsible for the climate change piece have authority over what constitutes acceptable and unacceptable mitigation measures to ensure that we're storing as much carbon as possible. And that's different from collaboration, from the consultation. So anyway, I don't want to derail us. You're on a roll, keep going, but I'd like to come back to this at some point.
I agree. I think this is a really good strategic discussion. because on the so much of our work, including firefighting, comes right back to this, core discussion and our ability to build capacity to compete for federal dollars and FEMA dollars and additional state dollars. And the mitigation piece at all is just so important, because our capacity today versus, what was recommended and where we need to be. And I agree with you, Brenda, it's a question of coordination among other, entities. So I would flag this as a core strategic discussion.
Right.
I would also assume, wouldn't good neighbor authority play into all of this discussion, right? That would be a key piece of this, correct? This kind of restoration.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep, agreed.
I do think we need to be, there is a line somewhere where we also potentially really cross into what is the state forestry and the executive team's responsibility in terms of how they're handling these constant need for communication between the different departments within the Department of Forestry.
Okay. So we've got Nancy and then Liz.
Yeah, thanks. Really great discussion here, and not unlike discussions that we've been having at least the last few months while I've been here, and I'm sure they've been ongoing conversations, and it really fundamentally kind of goes back to 6-8 years ago when the board identified a subcommittee related to federal forests. A lot of strategic initiatives associated with that really grew into what is now our partnership and planning program. And I would characterize that I think the partnership side of the partnership and planning, that it has grown pretty rapidly, and it's also at another threshold of potentially exponential growth with federal funding that I think we are all anticipating. And so great discussion in terms of, the notion of an overarching work plan. I would characterize, I think we are wide open to that, and it's why why the board has it as a tool, not unlike your climate change and carbon plan work plan. That was an overarching one, and very well organized and integrated, across all the divisions and programs. So,
Liz?
I'm smiling because Nancy pretty much hit on all the points I was going to hit on, using Good Neighbor Authority as an example. The thing I will add to that is, Brenda, to your point, which is important around authorities. And that's just a really good example of a legal authority through shared stewardship agreements for us to be able to work on federal land. And in terms of, so that's one. And then in terms of authorities, and then the integration collaboration between our divisions, so internally, has been really positive. And in an example from State Forest, we actually are able to provide the workforce to help implement those projects on the ground. And then those projects, particularly those associated with thinning and selling timber, are run through the State Forest processes, so tightly integrated. And that's been a really positive response and room for growth, to your point, Carla, really a lot of opportunity there. Integrating Danny's work into the HCP and FMP. So there are a lot of really good examples of that type of work. Admittedly, and Ryan made this point, the divisions have different missions. And so finding those intersections is exciting, and really like Ryan and the idea you proposed. And first I've heard it, but I think it's spot on around a joint strategic initiative and whether it's a work plan item or not, more to go, more to figure out there, but associated with mitigation, because it does, it crosses all ownerships, and each division has something to offer there. So thank you for the airtime.
Well, shall I continue on, Robin?
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
But yeah, so I really appreciate that time and discussion, and also appreciate the support I received from going out on a limb there a little bit. I think some good things will come out of that. So thank you. I'm going to go ahead and shift gears then away from that work plan and invite Danny to come on and talk a little bit about the climate change and forest carbon work plan.
Good morning. Again, I'm Danny Norlander. I'm the Forest Carbon and Forest Health Policy Analyst with the Policy and Analysis Unit and Partnership and Planning Program. So just to kind of walk through the climate change and forest carbon plan, which is an overarching plan that developed back about 2013 is when it came out, which really is in line with the discussion that was just taking place. So the first line there is the adoption of the climate change and carbon plan, and we're aiming for December or November with that. So these work plans won't actually be adopted until after that is hopefully adopted by the board. That's well underway. We've had that process going on for well over a year now. I think that's in a good place. And then the next item there is kind of ties into the conversation that was just taking place, and that's the development of a framework that the department can utilize to conduct analysis of policy changes, rule developments, and rule revisions. And one of the things that we kind of found through the development of the climate change and carbon plan was that as a department, holistically, we don't have a good mechanism for assessing the impacts of climate change on our rule processes, on our rule development, and the various policies that we have in place or are developing. So we're looking to develop with the board an actual framework that we can utilize to assess those processes and those rule changes as they come up, so that we can provide information, we can provide a real holistic look at how those changes will affect the forest carbon and climate change impacts that we would see from that. We do this a little bit through for other things like the 714 analysis when we're looking at revisions to the FPA, but that's really much more of a fiber supply and economic analysis. So this would kind of be developing a similar thing for climate change and forest carbon. And then kind of playing in with what we were hearing yesterday, we've got a few other things on here that really are informational and provide a wealth of information for decision making and other processes moving along. One of those is our work with American Forests, and that's looking at carbon and climate change modeling, looking at different management options and scenarios and how those interplay with carbon dynamics in the forest. That work's underway. It's a similar project that's taken place in the eastern U.S. and it's also taking place down in California. And we look to bring that to you in June of the next couple of years as information, and that'll help kind of help inform what's taking place in the woods based on different management scenarios. And then we also have ongoing work with both our neighboring states of California, Washington, the province of British Columbia, and the U.S. Forest Service around temperate forest carbon and climate change related stuff. Looking at carbon fluxes in forests and also some of the social dimension around climate change and fire impacts, really mostly on the west side. So the Pacific Northwest Research Station also has a West Side Fire Initiative that we're a bit engaged with there as well. So that pretty much encompasses the forward-looking climate change and carbon plan. If we look back, the current climate change and carbon plan encompass a lot of things like the Goal G revision for the FPFO and other things a lot of that stuff got derailed and shifted. And as things like the executive order came about, it changed the work that we were doing on climate change and carbon. And one thing to highlight in the executive order is that climate change is meant to be included in a number of things. And I'm just going to read a quick line from there, is that agencies shall consider and integrate climate change impacts in the state's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals and to their planning, budgets, investment, policymaking decisions. So that's really kind of where the climate change and carbon plan or work plan rests, is working to achieve those goals. That was quick, but open to questions and conversation.
Hey, Danny, I have a question real quick. In the framework for climate change assessment, it sounded to me like that was going to be something that was utilized as rules get developed for other things potentially, right? That are focused on other things, and you would run it through this framework to understand the climate change implications potentially and address those. And so let me know if that's not right. But then my second part of the question is, and we talked about this a little bit with the adoption of the climate change plan and wanting to see, how we move forward with an implementation plan for some of the things that we'd identified in that plan in a more proactive way. And, clearly some of that's going to come out in the work plan for the other departments and agencies. But there are other things in there that don't necessarily cleanly fit, right, within any of the categories that I've seen identified here. And so where do we tell the story of the implementation of the carbon plan and the roll up of all the things that we're doing and how it's like all funneling towards a goal? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I think I do. So some of it's going to be that co-production work. So that's one of our monitoring efforts. And that'll feed in, real hard science information that'll come out. And that'll be through like revisions of our forest ecosystem carbon report, potential revisions of the harvested wood products report down the road. So that's some of where that information will come out. Really looking at the fluxes and storage in the forest and in wood products. And then I think that the framework there can also play into that. So that's another way that we can have some metrics and look at things as they are developed and as they emerge through time.
I guess I just note too, the other thing that came up in that plan a lot is our relationships with other agencies. And this gets to kind of the conversation that the board's had before about where we have influence versus direct authority versus, no real capability to move things. And so I think it may be important in some of these things to recognize where we are attempting to influence conversations or discussions or collaborate with agencies that also have jurisdiction over some of the things we'd like to see move. Not to say that this has to be on this plan, but just when we're talking about how we're pushing our carbon goals forward, it does involve a lot of integration or whatever word we want to use, but we are working with other agencies to achieve some of these things and how we're doing that. Just generally speaking, I'm interested in seeing specificity in this regard, and I know we have other stakeholders that are also. And I think the roll up piece of it is important because there's so much baked into that carbon plan, which is fantastic. But kind of how it all comes together, I think, is a really important piece.
I could just follow up. Yeah, thank you. Chandra, that was great. Thank you. As you said yesterday, you just said what I was thinking, so thank you. But I think it comes back to the authority associated with the outcome of the climate work plan, right? Do you have the authority then as an outcome of that plan? And we'll get to this in our later on discussions, but do you have the authority to ensure that the guidance that is being developed and the data that is coming out of the monitoring work will be used to guide state forest management plans, private forest policy, fire management plans, those sorts of things? Because if we do go down the climate smart forestry path, then it seems like your group, your plan, your data should be the ones that have the authority to guide the work of other divisions.
So that's kind of where the framework headed, in that it provides a mechanism for the other, or for the divisions and the other work groups to assess their impacts, to assess if they're achieving things.
Yeah, that's fair. But I think there's a difference between assessment and accountability.
Yeah, I might jump in there and just offer, I think the accountability really resides in two places where there's, actual operational implementation of a change. First of all, I'd characterize that within the divisions that have operations like a state forest or a fire or private, that those division chiefs have accountability for integrating and applying the best available information in science, right? At the same time, I would characterize that for significant policy shifts, that those would also be first and foremost in the decision-making authority of the Board of Forestry. So if it was something related to private forests, that would work through the private forest division and ultimately roll up to a legislative concept, possibly by the Board of Forestry, different than meaning a legislative concept that would change the Forest Practices Act. On state forest, your board authority resides with Oregon administrative rules. And so it's in your forest management plan arena that you would make decisions. Obviously, the implementation plan and annual operation planning components, I think that's probably where I'm continuing to hear, where and how are we going to see that change? How is the board going to assure and know that those changes are occurring consistent with this body of work that may be coming out of the planning side? And I would say that, as new as all of this is relative to getting the climate change carbon plan, approved by the board and ultimately implemented, I think we're open to feedback, but not unlike our other work when it's integrated, we definitely work across silos.
I think if I might jump in, I really appreciate this conversation, and it's getting at some of the things I've been struggling with as well. I like the idea of these, climate change and forest carbon is its own work plan. And I like the pin of sort of, we have a framework where this work plan interacts with the different divisions. I think to get to Brenda's point, it's a two-way street. And I think, we'll get to this, but as I look through, I'm not seeing that bullet points on private forest or state forest that's reciprocal. That's the one work plan works with the different divisions, and reciprocally, the different divisions are working in tandem. And I think for my peace of mind to know that this is moving forward, I'd want to see those bullet points to show up on both work plans, to say this is actually happening, and it's not just Danny in his silo working on it, but every division is working jointly on it. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Ben. You also said what I was thinking.
Yeah, I've got Danny. I'd like to go in a little different direction. We were talking yesterday, Carla brought up that the Forest Trust Land counties had hired this assessment done, and they had a presentation in their last meeting. And I'll oversimplify, but basically it was pushing an industry perspective that because of the advantages of using wood products, that the best thing we could do for the climate and carbon would be actually keeping short rotations or even shorter, based on the equations that they were presenting in this report, because that would reduce the use of concrete and steel. So I know that, the environmental advocates are going to tear that apart, and everybody would love to present to us, and we'll end up being presented with dueling science. That they're really arguing against the value of longer rotations, which is going to be a piece that is part of this CCCP plan. Is there a role that I know it's political that you can provide to us, because you've developed with your co-workers a tremendous amount of expertise in this area, where that you can come when we are given these presentations, that you can come back and be able to lay out to us what you see as the what might be really incorrect or wrong in those views that have been presented to us on both sides of this. I'm not, but I just know this is in our future. It always has been, and this gets to be really complicated, hard equations to sort through.
Jim, I want to reiterate yesterday, what I liked about that discussion from the counties was comparing wood versus steel versus concrete.
Right.
I think rotations are a separate discussion, and the growers, the foresters, are going to make those decisions based on fire risk and forest health. And we've heard a lot about that. So that's a separate discussion in my mind from wood versus steel versus concrete. I think, Danny, what you might have the hardest job here today, but I would hope as we think about this in 20, 30, 40 years, we will have either added carbon or we will have subtracted carbon from our forest equation. And I would hope the math that everything that we are doing, we find positive results. But I want to be sure we're looking at, in the past, we've been talking about the state forests, which is 1/30 of our forest base. But if the U.S. Forest Service scientists are correct, and we have 3 to 4 times the fire activity, and certainly we have seen very high fire activity continued. So far, they've been right. We really go backwards on the math as that trend continues. So whether it's longer rotations or more, building or, carbon offsets that hopefully do not hurt rural economies, I continue to be interested in the math. And as we look at a longer term perspective, do we really have the right activities through all of our organizations to truly have a positive impact over the next 20, 30, 40 years? And I think that fire equation is just, it is certainly a big one. Our imports are a big one. There's lots of dynamics here. And that's where the outcomes and the metrics become really valuable in measuring, did we have an impact or didn't we? Did we go forwards or backwards here?
Hey, Carla, I just want to clarify. I agree with you that there's separate issues between longer rotations and what's the effect of using wood versus steel and concrete. However, in that presentation, if you go back and look at the recording, they did argue in their summation that this justified, in fact, shorter rotations than are even what are presently the norm. So they tied it together, and I agree with you, we shouldn't be.
So I see Joe's hand up, but I want to just take a pause because there were several questions within this discussion. And Danny, just do you have any kind of general thoughts about some of the issues that have been teed up?
Yeah, I might take those in reverse order. So to speak to Carla's thoughts on kind of numbers and measures and stuff like that. That's really where kind of that bottom part of that work plan will thrive. So the American Forest work that we're doing, that really is those future projections, looking at different management scenarios, and that'll help us, you know, be able to make informed decisions about where we're headed. That will likely include a number of different disturbance issues within there. And then it will also probably, we're going to be doing some scoping and really setting out those scenarios. So we don't have those at this time, but they will look at different rotation lengths and various other aspects of forest management. And then to kind of speak to Jim's point is, and how the department can kind of work to bring the varying voices to the board in a kind of coherent manner. And I think that's one area where I'm really looking forward to bringing a strong climate change pop to the board so that we can build the capacity to be able to do that. Currently, it's myself and Andrew Yost, our forest ecologist, and John that have been working on this specifically. So, you know, in POP 160 that we presented for the last long session, we did have some increased capacity there, and I'm going to be refining that and really look forward to bringing that to the board so that we can have kind of that neutral voice and around the science that I think will be beneficial. So those are some of the things that I heard. Some of the other things that I've written down really aim at the implementation of the climate change and carbon plan. And like Nancy was pointing out, a lot of that will come down to the integration through the executive team and how that disseminates down through core business into the rest of the agency. And that also ties back into that framework, how we can use that to make sure that we are assessing the impacts of climate change throughout all of that work. And that's one of the reasons to develop that. And that is, we do have board decisions in there, so the board will have say and have input into what that framework looks like. You know, we do have that laid out as kind of a lengthy process there, so it's not just going to take place overnight. And I know that there's a lot of decisions that need to be made between now and March of 2023. So
well,
I think
Danny,
those are the main things that I heard.
Yeah, Danny, I would just want to say, yeah, that's what it's all about. We want to be able to have you to have the capacity to be able to provide us that neutral information so that we can be really smart, because this stuff's really, really challenging. So, you know, I, for one, want to strongly endorse that we are able to get a strong funding package through to fund this work. It was really disappointing that it didn't come through as part of Senate Bill 762. So I'm hoping that the board will be united, and I think this is going to be an example of where board members really will need to lobby the legislature and tell them how important this will be.
Let me pop over to Joe. He's had his hand up for a while.
Yeah, thanks. I too think, you know, the math is very important, and we have to think about this in a global context too. You know, carbon isn't just simply unique to Oregon, and so that data, you know, Ben talked yesterday about data. Data is king, and looking at that data and really beginning to understand. And I think that's what I'm sure that I didn't see that presentation, but talking about forest products and storing carbon in that manner versus concrete or steel, that has to be a part of what we think about. I mean, we have an incredible machine in Oregon. We have an incredible machine with milling infrastructure and our ability to convert timber to building products. And that must be a part of how we think about this with carbon. And to, you know, not to repeat what Carla has said, but the math is very important if we want to objectively look at this and really think about what is the right decisions to be making. So how that all fits together, we just need to be open-minded, keep perspective on that, and consider it. And that's where that carbon flux will be very important to think about.
So I want to just point out that you all are clearly ready to roll up your sleeves and get working on this stuff. And the first stop for you is in November, at which time you're asked to approve the CCCP. So all the work flows from there. And I just want to mention that because there's a sequencing here that must happen. And I think clearly there's energy and interest of the board to continue working on this. And I think there's those steps that need to be taken in order for you to take the next step. So I'm just going to sort of observe that for you and put that there's significant conversation in the parking lot for Danny to be tracking for some of those next steps on how do we take some of these implementation steps if and when the board chooses to approve this plan. And I also want to just note the linkages to your FPFO work and how you frame some of this up through that process and through that particular policy framework seems like it will be really important in all the ways that some of the needs that you've expressed today have been described. So I'm going to go one last comment or question from Brenda, and then I'll turn it back to Ryan to wrap this little piece up, unless there's more Danny needed to share on the particular climate change and carbon plan.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. Just a quick response to the discussion regarding substitution effects. Substitution effects are real and we need to consider those, but the fact that people are substituting wood for concrete and steel is really it's important information, but it's not the driving factor. The driving factor is how much carbon can be stored in wood products per unit of carbon dioxide released as a function of getting that wood stored per unit time. So the math needs to include both the greenhouse gas emissions as well as the length of time over which that carbon is stored. If you simply simplify the whole thing down to a substitution effect, it doesn't take into consideration those things.
Right. So Ryan or Danny, was there anything else on this particular piece of the work?
Not that I have. I really appreciate the conversation that we had today, the conversations we've had in the past, and look forward to our future ones. I'll turn it back over to Ryan. Thanks.
Yeah, and likewise, I really appreciate you leading that conversation, Danny. And I had some closing comments written down here, and I think Danny and Robin and others hit on most of them. I really appreciate that discussion about integration that we were talking about, and working between programs, particularly as we present all the work that we've got going on through these work plans. There was a lot of discussion about how we implement, and I just wanted to, as we were talking about that, I was thinking about that diagram I had up earlier, and just call your attention to that lower line, the tools and processes to affect change. I think those boxes help to highlight those mechanisms, and certainly the body of work that we've discussed now and we will in the future all have linkages to some of those different mechanisms. And then finally, specifically to the carbon conversation, and Danny, it's great that you came back around and highlighted that POP. Clearly, there's a lot of interest and need for policy analysis, and we have we're pretty light on capacity there, I think, and so the opportunity to reload that POP and think about increasing our capacity there, I think, will be really important. So appreciate the time this morning.
All right, then we'll move to the next one. Robin, you good to go?
Yep.
All right, so we have Josh Bernard up next with the private forest work plan.
Oops. I'm off mute now. Can you hear me? All right. Josh Bernard, Interim Division Chief, Private Forests. And what I'll walk through here is kind of a matrix of the work plan for private forest as it exists, which was in some of those documents that Brian was walking through previously. So I believe private forest work plan matrix is page 18 in that matrix. So I'll walk through that first, and then I will also probably provide a few comments relative to the strategic initiatives document that you received as part of the original board materials to tie this whole package together. So, so to start off with and put private forest work plan into context, what I've done with this is taken the board's existing work plan and updated that, basically looking from November forward. And I'll walk through that. We've built a plan based on what we know we have before us today, but the other important caveat that I'll add here at the beginning, and I'll provide a little more insight into the details of this, is that also with the private forest accord, I've placed a placeholder in our work plan relative to that and not necessarily knowing the outcomes at this point. So I'll walk through the work plan as it exists today, but also give a little bit of insight into what might occur depending on the outcomes of the private forest accord. So with that, I'll just kind of start here at the top of the work plan and give a little bit of sense of what those items are. So Western Oregon Streamside Protection Review is basically a review of the desired future condition of some of our stream rules. Some of that work was paused, it was originally started and then paused by our monitoring unit. And we do have that set to relaunch and begin bringing information to the board in September of 2022. The Oregon DEQ Sufficiency Review Alignment topic, I believe, is on its way to being wrapped up. And I think the team there is hopeful that in November they'll be able to present that at a joint meeting or sometime this fall and kind of close out that process, and also as a product of that have a new interagency MOU that kind of guides our work and aligns DEQ and ODF on work around TMDLs. So next category is the Forest Practices Act Rule Policy Review category. And this really covers some of the things that we've had before the board in terms of rules relative to either our threatened and endangered species rulemaking that is needed. And there's also a bullet there for our implementation study review. So first, focusing on the marble murrelet, that was originally initiated via petition from some interested parties to develop rules for the marble murrelet. And we have some statutes and rules that specifically guide that process. In April 2019, we presented a technical report that was accepted as complete. And the next step in that process was to conduct some stakeholder outreach, gain some more insights in terms of interest relative to protection sites and strategies for that rulemaking process. It was paused. That was right at the start of, COVID-19 and some of the pauses that we put in closing our doors in terms of the state. And so at that time, we implemented a temporary pause, and then 2020 fire season hit. And so it's been on pause since then. But what this work plan reflects is that we would restart that work after the first of the year, probably in January or February in terms of staff work, and probably bring an informational update, kind of reground the board in that work and refresh them on kind of the history of that project, and then looking forward what to expect. So that's where that project currently stands. The specified resource site rule analysis for coho salmon was also a petition that we received. However, there is no timeline currently on the work plan. With the passage of Senate Bill 1602, which kind of was the mechanism that provided the resources for the current private forest accord negotiations and the focus on an aquatic HCP, that particular topic was paused at that point. If just due to the direct nexus there, that if they get to success in that process, then it would likely address that petition. So that work was paused and hasn't moved forward any further. In conjunction with those two topics, we continue to maintain an interest in the overarching specified resource site policy review. Like I noted on the murrelet topic, our processes there are defined in statute and rule. And it's a species by species approach to protection. And we've had on our mind some time that maybe there's something to revisit there once we have the resources and time to do that. We always include a little bit of history as it relates to those other two petitions, because it's the overarching and guiding part of that process. And then the last one in that bucket is the implementation study review, which we'd received some feedback on the previous implementation study and some of the statistical analysis and interpretation of results. And so at the direction of the board, we did implement a review of that previous program. We've been working with an independent third-party contractor, and we'll bring information on kind of the results of that review and the recommendations going forward in November. So I'm hoping to wrap that one up there as well. And so what I'll say is those are kind of the ongoing policy topics. You know, per my note at the beginning, I've also added a implement legislative direction, at least relative to previous direction we received around the current negotiations between timber and conservation interests. That's the mechanism we received that through. So I've added a placeholder for the private forest accord. And I think the big note here is that we've built a work plan around what we know today. However, pending the outcome of the private forest accord, if they get to success on that, I expect there will be some significant body of work for the department, and we would probably shift that work plan. So I've, flagged all the items above that may have a potential impact, whether they're directly addressed or purely from a capacity standpoint that we may defer some of those. So thinking about a future effort if that group gets to success and begins to pursue an aquatic HCP. Things like the Western Oregon Streamside Protection Review might be a moot analysis at this point. The marble murrelet may get paused due to simply a capacity issue here in terms of what we may be addressing. And or, as I noted before, the coho salmon one, if they're pursuing an aquatic HCP, would likely address that existing petition. So that's kind of some of the little bit of uncertainty over the next couple months for us, but we'll be ready to adapt either way. So we have a work plan going forward if nothing occurs, or if they get to success, we'll kind of readjust and figure out what that work plan looks like. So maybe I'll stop there first on kind of the actual policy pieces, and then I'll have a couple notes about the board updates section after that. So any questions or comments relative to those bigger pieces?
Hey, Josh, I have a quick question as it relates to the water quality MOU, which I think is great. It's a positive step, and it's nearing completion, which is, I think, going to really move this topic forward in a productive way. But one thing about that MOU that is lacking a little bit at present is more detail, kind of similar to our carbon plan as to how you're going to push some of the goals and objectives forward that are identified in that MOU. Really, right, to provide some level of accountability that the current forest management protection provisions that we have in place are sufficient to ensure TMDL load allocations and water quality standards are met, right? And that is our ultimate goal, and I think we all share wanting to make sure that that's occurring. And so, we have an information item in November, which I'm assuming is when the MOU is going to be finalized. But then there's nothing else for the biennium that I see on the topic. And so it really would be nice to understand if there are plans in the work to provide that level of detail, number one, or to update the board too on, the progress of implementation of that MOU, because I think a lot of folks are hoping that this is a good pathway forward to meet goals, and that some of the more rigid measures that could move that discussion forward too aren't going to be necessary. So can you give me a little bit of insight into how you guys are seeing that play out?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So relative to the MOU, I know that the group is also looking at some form of implementation plan, like where do they focus going forward? So I believe they're currently working on that. Relative to ongoing and when will you all hear updates, my view of the process is once we have that MOU in place, then it becomes part of our core business. And as part of core business, that would then fall under some of the annual monitoring reports that we bring to you all. So that would then become a part part of that business cycle. So, and that's the piece I didn't get into in the work plan, but, you know, typically in the past, we had held those for September. And as many of you know, that's kind of, you know, depending on the year, a successful, you know, meeting to target or may not be. And so I'll just flag, because we're there in the conversation, that that's also something in terms of, you know, working with whoever's the new planning and partnership director, you know, trying to figure out the most appropriate time for that information to go to the board.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. So I would be interested in hearing how the implementation plan development is going then, and for us to be able to get an update on that, that would be great. And then I just had one more quick question, and apologies for that. But as it relates to the private forest accord, I guess I'm just wondering if at some point, I'm assuming maybe this is just at the conclusion of the effort in total, but you know, whether or not there's going to be rule revision requests for rule revisions such that things would come through us. Like, is the board going to have any sort of role in needing to push forward or consider anything that comes out of that space? And when we would know that, because that kind of implicates our work plan as well, it would seem.
Yeah, so again, good question. I don't have any specific insight into what that would take, but those are the types of things that if there was rulemaking required of the department and the board, that we would back up and plug it in here. And, you know, in some cases, which I think some of the other divisions are dealing with currently, that may get specified in terms of the timelines in the legislature and whatever they pass through the legislature, or it may not be. So those are the types of things we'll be on the hook for in revising this work plan if something like that comes to fruition through the process.
Brenda?
Yeah, thank you, Robin. Josh, just to clarify, first of all, thanks for clarifying that the results of the MOU would be reported out in the monitoring report as part of your core business. I'm wondering also if there will be a carbon footprint and carbon storage and sequestration report as part of the monitoring piece as well, and how that will be coordinated with monitoring that might be occurring on state forests.
Great question, Brenda. I don't think we've, you know, addressed that carbon footprint monitoring necessarily yet in, you know, the rest of our, you know, practices going forward. I know that that's an interest in, you know, relative to the climate and carbon change plan. And so I think, you know, as we do that, there's further work to figure out how we implement that, you know, here within the department and the division. So yeah, hear the interest in that. I think there's, you know, lots of things we need to figure out there in conjunction with Danny and others. So, but appreciate the question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Josh.
I did want to mention, I think that Kyle will be back in here soon with us this morning if we want to follow up on any questions, insights into the private forest accord. Josh, you did a great job with your presentation and in Q&A there. The piece, I guess, on the timeline I wanted to mention, it seems apparent to me that if there's success coming out of the private forest accord, there would be legislative concepts that we, the board, would learn about in advance of the February legislative session. And then really the decisions would be, you know, the result of whatever played out in that short session. So I'd say probably, you know, March of 2022 would really determine whether or not the board has rulemaking responsibilities as a result of that, or if the agency has, you know, different funding, different mandates that are clear enough that it doesn't require rule.
All right, so I know, Josh, you had some more on your list here.
Yeah, and so I think the last piece I'll highlight here, I discussed it at the September board meeting, but did add under our board updates, did add a spot for a Climate Smart Forestry Award. And just wanted to highlight what that work would likely look like, that's something, you know, within the division we thought we could begin work on, you know, within this biennium, and maybe by January 2024, kind of on the same timeline that we do Operator of the Year, we might be able to have the first, recipient of that award. So some time to work through policy and kind of establish what that program might look like and an interface with the board prior to trying to implement that program. So did want to flag that as well. That's a new addition to the work plan in the update section. So I think that, double checking my notes here, I think that covered everything on the work plan. I guess the other thing I would refer to here to tie this all together is there was the strategic initiatives document that was placed in the board packet. And let's see here, private forests is on the first page of that document. And it walks through a couple of the policies that are listed here in the work plan first. And I won't rehash all those. Those are listed as to be determined in the OAR column that's on there for all the reasons I just walked through. But also wanted to note what we've retained as what I'll call placeholders for the moment for some of our strategic initiatives. So previously, last biennium, we asked, or we had a supporting family and community forestry, urban and community forestry program policy option package that we put out there. It was primarily field positions to kind of help in that urban interface, looking at smaller landowners, that sort of thing. Still have that on there as a placeholder. There are lots of things currently in play that might influence or modify how we would propose that at this time. Things that are on my mind is if there is a private forest accord outcome, I wonder what may be needed more for smaller landowners in that category, thinking that they need more assistance many times if it's a more complex landscape. But also we continue to adapt in the realm of post-fire recovery. So there were certainly the 2020 events, and in private forest division, we did receive some funding around seedling and other things. And so we've been adapting and adding temporary capacity to address that. But there's also a larger discussion around some of the large fires this year that will also be informative to that picture as we move forward. So just kind of including those with that placeholder as things shape up this fall to kind of see what that potential ask might be for that strategic initiative. So wanted to put that out there for your thinking and feedback. And then also we had a forest practices effectiveness and implementation policy option package that we submitted last year. It did not move forward as submitted, but we did get a position or two through House Bill, I think it's 5006, that were originally listed in that POP. I think we got two of the, I don't know if it was 6 or 8 positions that we originally asked for. So we did get a little bit of stuff, but there's capacity there that we would still look to gain possibly. So also the private forest accord could have an impact on that. When I think of an HCP, and if we have a role in monitoring relative to that, it might change our outlook and needs for monitoring capacity going forward. So whether that would be taken care of through the efforts of the accord already or not, that's just something I'll be watching for to see how that plays out if they get to success on that discussion. So, and then the last piece is the forest products harvest tax. Nancy mentioned a little bit about that this morning. In terms of last legislative session, they did not pass an update to that harvest tax rate. So for the division, that rate sunsets at the end of this calendar year. And there are discussions ongoing currently and expect some solutions to come forth shortly after the first of the year. And if harvest tax continues to be a mechanism as part of our funding, there will be a legislative concept, but there's a lot of conversations between now and then to play out to kind of see what the stance is that, but left it there as a placeholder because we need to initiate another legislative concept. We have it here for tracking. So in summary, I think that covers the work plan and the strategic initiatives for private forests.
All right, thanks, Josh. Questions for clarity for Josh before we take our break?
Yeah, I would, I'd just like to comment that it doesn't feel like this division is taking climate change very seriously. I see really only one thing, this award, which is, and it is on a not a very aggressive schedule. And I'm just surprised that there's nothing else. Clearly, there have been some conversations about what it would take to initiate something on private lands around afforestation, yet there's nothing here. And I'm not sure what other board members would have in terms of ideas of what should be here, but I'm disappointed with what I'm seeing here.
I guess this is Ben. I would jump in and echo my earlier comment that I would like to see some collaboration with the forest carbon and climate change work plan, that those are working in tandem, that private forests are working in tandem there. Somewhat echoing what Jim said, there's a lot of opportunities that were identified in the carbon plan, and it's not adopted yet, but I think it's important to put those placeholders in over the next biennium to start to think about those, how to move those opportunities forward.
And if I might add one more piece of info, sorry, I guess I did miss one caveat. So originally I had a policy option package placeholder in the strategic initiatives, and we've since shifted that up to the climate change and forest carbon. So there was a little bit of discussion early on where that should reside. I guess the piece I would add to that is exactly what Jim, you're sharing. And I think what we need to hear is like, what would be the priority in the board's, from the board's perspective of what we pursue. For private forests, just about anything I think beyond the Climate Smart Forestry Award would come with some form of policy option package that's going to be an ask for additional funding and resources at this point. So I forgot to clarify that in there. But yes, definitely looking for the feedback on where board priority might be relative to what was in the climate and carbon change plan.
I just have a quick, and this is maybe just a discussion point for everybody along the lines, but you know, I'm wrestling a little bit too with our chicken egg situations where, you know, I was hoping in the forestry program for Oregon, we'd be able to spell out a little bit more what it's going to take to get to our climate change goal, and then what the constraints are to getting there, and then how you address those constraints. And I'm not sure if that'll exist somewhere else more holistically, but like, for instance, for private forests, as it relates to the carbon plan, there's a lot of discussion about how you incentivize certain behavior, right, through various tools, whether it's tax incentives or whatever. And, you know, I don't know that we have a coherent or cohesive ask for what we want to see yet on private forest lands, or how the constraints are different with different land ownerships and how we influence how you could use those tools in different land ownership areas or different forest types, for instance, or things like that. And so I'm just wondering where we get to that vision that kind of lays the roadmap, right? For these are the different things that we can do to address these vulnerabilities. And these are the tools that we're going to use in each of our different forestry departments will have a role there. But to me, it's like, I'm just not sure where it all comes together, if that makes sense. So I'm struggling a little bit.
Chandra, I think that's a good point, because as we look at the private forests, the state forests, and the federal forests, you know, almost a sustainability report card as we look at carbon, wildlife, forest health, fire. You know, we've burned almost 4 million acres. Economic benefit. If we looked at each of these divisions and said, okay, what's that sustainability report card look like by division? Then where would we apply our pressure? And I don't think we're having a good overall view. Yesterday, we talked about forest health for all forests in Oregon, but I think it would be valuable to be, you know, really thoughtful about how these divisions compare. And then where do we have the most ground to make up?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Carla. And my perception is that we would put the pressure on the private forests. If we look at the lawsuits that have come through that address things like coho and murrelets, if we look at fire risk in plantations versus older forests, if we look at carbon storage in older forests compared to the greenhouse gas emissions associated with managing industrial forests on short rotations, in my mind, the pressure needs to come to the private forests. And I agree with Jim. I think there's a lot more that could be done to reflect that in the work plan for the private forest division. But I think Chandra, Ben have hit the nail on the head, and that is that the climate group and the private forest group need to be working together collaboratively. It can't be a consultation piece.
I don't know that I would make that assumption yet. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but last year the head of our wildfire council said, 93% of the fires are on federal lands. Well, that's a real carbon drain.
Well, actually, it's not. Well, two things. First of all, federal forest lands are higher elevation, and so they get more lightning strikes, and so consequently more incidences of an ignition. So there's that piece that I think needs to get parsed out. And they also have a lot of human start fires on just due to recreation activities and whatnot. But even following a fire, yes, there's carbon that's put into the atmosphere, but a lot of the carbon remains on site, especially if these are older forests. The large wood stays there and it stays on site and it stores carbon. So I'm sorry, Carla, I know I sound like I'm pushing back too hard here, but we have to take a much more nuanced approach. And
I agree, but I think it's a bigger picture than just one piece and one section. I think it's looking at a holistic report card.
So I think to that end, Carla, what Chandra teed up, and I think the way you even described it was there's this discussion point that needs to happen, and where does it happen? And I've also heard Josh and others from the department saying we would like to hear from the board where your priorities lie that kind of flow from this CCCP. There are several goals within. As you've sort of self-described, it's kind of this higher level visioning. And so then it's, if you approve it and you take the next step, that's where you do advise the department on those priorities. And so I'm looking at the timeline, and when this comes back to the board is in November. And so I'll just key that up for Danny and the team to be thinking about. This will be a critical question as an immediate next step for the board to really wrestle with and grapple with and provide some direction to all of you. And then the second piece I might suggest is, as you're thinking and sort of continuing to populate or update these draft work plans, that you really are calling out those placeholders where there's potential. I'm hearing that pretty clearly from the board at this point. While there's no kind of approved, blessed plan yet, there's clearly an indication that the board is wanting to have you tee some of those potentials up. So I would just offer those two as kind of next steps and sort of where this conversation maybe happens next. I see one head nod from Chandra. Can I get a little more feedback from the board on, does that make sense as a process step?
Well, I guess I would. I think it does. I feel, again, a little bit of tension, and this is it's an urgency issue, right? Like, to the extent we know there's things that can move forward now, and we're talking about work plans now, then I think it's great to be getting feedback into this conversation. I would like a little bit more conversation about the CCCP, the climate change plan, to again talk about what are our priorities for moving things forward. So I think that's a good conversation there. And then I have even the third, slightly larger step that comes, I think, with the forestry program for Oregon. And that's we're talking about all forest lands there. We're talking about an overarching goal, and we're talking about trying to meet objectives and identifying our constraints in those different spaces, and then trying to prioritize actions there too. Because I think every single one of these departments has a role to play in, and clearly they do, right, in meeting our overarching goal, but in also integrating climate change in a meaningful way. And so that's just going to be a continuing conversation. But to the extent we can provide a little bit more of a roadmap there, I think that would be helpful.
I'm going to break in here because I think we're not quite done with this topic, but we've been going for over 2 hours straight, and I see several hands up. So what I would prefer to do is that we take the break now and then come back to this topic, if that makes sense to all, because boy, I need the break if nobody else does. So it's 5 after 10, and let's return to this topic at 20 after 10. We'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
All right, it's 10:20, so if we could ask the board members to show your faces again, if you're back. All right, looks like everyone's back. So we were sort of toward the end, I think, of looking at this private forest division work plan and circling back to some really rich conversation about how you take both the CCCP and also the FPFO as the frameworks to help guide and prioritize efforts, and a desire to show linkages to each of the divisions. I want to do just a time check on, we've got 1, 2, 3 more work plans to get through, I think. And I know we want to leave time for kind of more holistic and robust conversations once we get through those. So I just want to check in with the board members. Was there anything more just to tie up any loose ends from that discussion we just left off on, that we either want to tee up for later today or later in your, efforts, maybe beyond today, or if we're ready to move on to the next one. Carla? Yeah.
I would like to tee this up as a strategic discussion, but move on beyond private forests. Okay. And, I just feel strongly we're not having a big enough discussion here. I think we're looking at, water quality. We're looking at carbon. We're looking at components, but the strategic discussion that I think is important, and some of this came out of wildfire, was human health as a component of this as we deal with all these wildfires. And we see, the lawsuits starting to form. The fire impact, the smoke impact, the impact of this on tourism, the economic impact, the carbon, the wildlife, the forest health, the water quality. I feel like we're cherry picking pieces of that, but I'm not sure we're having a big enough conversation as we think about forest health and impacts, to the state of Oregon and to Oregonians. So I just tee that up as I think this is a good discussion, but I want to be sure we're having the whole discussion and not just cherry picking pieces of it.
Thank you. Ryan? And I know, Nancy, your hand had been up before the break, so I want to make sure we acknowledge that if you want to get in the queue. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you. Just get my hand down here. So Nancy, I am going to go out on a little bit of a limb again here, and Bill and I have been discussing a little bit in the room as well. And I just listening to this conversation, and I'm thinking a lot about the coming revision to the FPFO. And just a thought for not something that we can implement overnight or in the next month or two, but over the period that we might, be considering the revisions to the FPFO, I think there is an opportunity within that document to capture some goals, initiatives, or, somehow identify some key areas where you all want to focus. And then longer term connect to those, the board work plans. So rather than having those board work plans be driven by our operational structure, they are driven by those key areas or goals or areas of focus that you all identify. And the work that we collectively do feeds into them. I think at least this is a start of an idea that we could discuss later. I know that we need to move on time-wise, but while it was fresh and it seemed to fit, I wanted to bring it up here. I think it creates an opportunity to address what I'm hearing you all communicate with us, and sets us up more successfully to help highlight how all of our work fits together and fits into those different bins. And then makes it easier for you as a board to understand where you can affect change and provide oversight over that body of work. So I'll leave it there and see if Nancy has any follow-up.
I think my only follow-up was as we were wrapping up before break, that that we have heard excellent feedback today here from the board, and this is intended to be the beginning of that conversation. And so it's going to be iterative, and our job is to listen and adapt and assure that we bring back to you what we've heard, and that we continue to hear from you where we need to adapt or change the priority of work that we're focused on. And agree with Ryan, your thoughts. Well said. But I do think if we don't have other questions on the private forest one, that we should probably move on to, I believe it's Liz up next for state forest.
All right. Thanks, Nancy. For the state forest conversation, I'll start with the strategic initiatives two-pager. That is attachment 3, page 2. So you'll see the state forest block in there. And I'll start off by saying that our division really embraces and sees all of this work as happening through the lens of climate change. So I do think there has been conversation over the past couple of days around sort of the I'll call it this, the unique role that the Board of Forestry has with regard to state forest is different than other forest landowners. And so that we really have that opportunity to adopt and incorporate the agencies and the board's thinking around climate change. And I think it's throughout everything that we're doing. So the strategic initiatives as shown in that table include the draft forest management plan. None of this is going to be new to you. The draft habitat conservation plan, an endangered species management plan. I'll describe that a little bit. So that is new. And then we're always thinking about our recreation, education, and interpretation program and how that interfaces with the public, and if there are some unique opportunities there as well. So you'll see in the adjacent columns that the FMP, the HCP, and the species management plan are all on the Board of Forestry work plan. The forest management plan, should you approve it, ideally in 2023, is an Oregon administrative rule. So it actually will go through the rulemaking process, and then you ultimately would approve it in its final form. The Tillamook Forest Restoration, actually I may have inadvertently skipped over that, is an initiative that we've had in our aims for several years now. And Jim and Brenda and I had a chance to speak about this a couple of days ago. The conversation came up today. We have spoken with the counties over the years, and with our stakeholders from both the conservation community and the industrial forest management community. And it really is potentially a place where people could kind of come to some common agreement based around some overlapping goals. So to create a healthy, productive forest that provides good habitat in the near term and mid and long term as reforested stands move through their serial stages, the management providing revenue to the counties, et cetera. So there's all kinds of benefits there. I'm going to take one more minute to talk about it because it's not on our work plan. For those of you that haven't yet been engaged in the conversation, Basically, the Tillamook State Forest, of course, had a series of burns, catastrophic burns from 1933 to 1951. The huge reforestation effort, offsite seed resulted in some significant problems with the Doug fir out there suffering from Swiss needle cast, and really getting to a point now where they're not growing. And then also post-fire, alder came back quite nicely. There was an attempt to knock it back with herbicides that was unsuccessful. So the alder aren't necessarily the highest quality that we have seen in our other alder stands throughout the forest. Now those alder are aging up at the 80-year time frame and starting to die off. And that represents about 70% of that landscape on the Tillamook State Forest. So it is significant. So there's some opportunities for us to sort of think if there's areas on the landscape where we could, Brenda talked about them as not so much restoration, but conservation or conversion that makes sense. But there just may be some opportunities there. We've pursued it a little bit, but it has kind of fallen to the back burner. There may be something there in terms of a POP. Don't know. There's more conversation that would happen. And then I'll just hit on the strategic initiatives around recreation, education, interpretation. We have also pursued general fund to help support that program of ours. Multiple biennia. It's made it into 2 different governors' recommended budgets. Was not in the last governor's recommended budget and just hasn't been able to cross the finish line. There's always understandably competing priorities there. So we're thinking about that again, and also rethinking what it is we would really put on the table. And if there's a way to make that more successful. So just that is also a placeholder as to be determined as to if we would put together a POP for that. So those are the strategic initiatives. And then I will move to the work plan, unless there's some questions, conversations from those points. Okay. So the work plan looks like handout number 4, page 1 of 1. Is that true? Anyway, can y'all find the work plan? Okay, fantastic. So I'll just go through this as efficiently as possible. I think everyone here on the board has been a part of the work around the HCP or has been brought up to speed on the HCP. We will come to you in November with an update on how that is going, including a timeline for the federal processes that are happening through NEPA, which includes developing an environmental impact statement, which will be released. We're anticipating the draft to be released in February. That then is followed up with a 45 to 60 day public comment period. So we'll be able to update you on that process in April. And then in September, another update. It's 2023 where would be bringing to the Board of Forestry the final HCP with a record of decision from the services as to if ideally we've successfully acquired an incidental take permit. So that would be the capital D decision anticipated to be in early winter of 2023. I think it's true for all of our divisions when we start forecasting when we're going to bring items to you in a specific month 2 years from now, that there's some wiggle room there, but that's the anticipation. That Habitat Conservation Plan specifically addresses protection of threatened and endangered species and identifies all the covered activities for which we would get an incidental take permit and still conserve and contribute to the recovery of those threatened and endangered species. There are a whole host of other activities that take place on the forest that need to be characterized in a forest management plan. So that is the work that's taking place in the forest management plan. The forest management plan is also the vehicle to implement the conservation strategies and measures on the landscape. Remind you that your forest management plan is an Oregon administrative rule, so that we are able to draw the HCP strategies into your own Oregon administrative rule to establish how the HCP and other activities will take place over time. So that's the importance of working on the forest management plan. We are bringing individual pieces to you over time. And so an example being in November, we'll be bringing draft guiding principles and goals, and also sharing with you a direction we think we would take with modeling to get sort of a gut check before we really get into that modeling work. That is considered information item. And that's an important piece that we want to emphasize because it's important. There's there'll always be an opportunity once we get farther down the road for the board to sort of back up and say, wait a minute, now that we've learned more, we want to rethink that goal, or we're missing a goal, or there's a better way to frame that goal. So by that being an information item, for each of these pieces to be information items, that really provides the space for the board to, once all these are stitched together in a forest management plan, to have that gut check and readjust on any of the pieces you've looked at to that point of the final decision. And the reason we are bringing these sort of piece by piece to you is we don't feel comfortable just going and closing the door and working on a plan and coming out with a fully baked plan and saying, what do you think? So it's really an intention to be able to get direction from you along the way. So those components after the guiding principles, I'm going to skip that second line for now, the management focus. So after the guiding principles, it's the development of the actual management strategies. Then it's the information and findings from the modeling work that we've done. And by that time, a draft forest management plan for you to look at. You provide us some direction on that. And then we would go to rulemaking. Once the rulemaking is done, we would come back to you with the final decision. The intention is to, you will see, have that line up together in February of 2023 with the approval of an HCP. So we would have both documents ready to implement at the same time. It is a rather aggressive schedule. It seems like that's a long way off, but there's a lot of work to do there. So I'll quickly go back to that line I skipped, and then I'll pause, see if there's some conversation here. So I skipped the second line, which is to review the management focus of the lands. The greatest permanent value Oregon administrative rule establishes the management focus of the lands in one single paragraph. And at the end of the greatest permanent value rule, it establishes that the board will review that management focus once every 10 years. So that's next year. We did review it 10 years ago. Put together a group to help with that work. They worked on it for a couple years and decided not to change greatest permanent value management focus of the lands. So we're bringing this to you in January to frame up where we've been on that in the past, where we think we are now, and ask you for provide a recommendation regarding a decision on how you want to move forward on that. We put that here in the FMP because the FMP obviously is our way of securing greatest permanent value, your way of securing greatest permanent value. And so we need to make sure we've got that piece sort of in a box. So that's the HCP and FMP. I'll take a pause there and see if there's questions.
Liz, I have one question. Yesterday, we talked about improving our relations with our county partners. And I know listening to their last meeting, this was, they're playing catch up on how this would impact them. And, getting their acceptance. So, or rejection. I think we just definitely want their input and feedback. And so I think part of improving relations with them is really bringing them along in this process. And I think we've got some makeup work to do there. The other, thing that this is over $1 billion, decision. If you look at value, and in reading that 900 and some pages, it's still not clear to me what the federal government agrees to. And so I'm not asking for a reaction to that today, but I think as we go back to Oregonians and say, we're going to tie up this much land and economic value or to counties, what are the assurances back to us, back to Oregonians? And I couldn't articulate that today, and I want to be sure I understand that. But that's for a later date.
Yeah, appreciate that, Carla. I've jotted that down.
Liz, I have a question, just clarification question.
Yes.
This is Joe. On this January 2022 review management focus of the land, greatest permanent value. Is that that big D? Is that a decision regarding, are we going to move forward with evaluating that to change it, or are we making a decision on the management focus in January?
You're making a decision as to if you want us to change the management focus of the lands.
Okay, not what it is, but we want to change it. I mean, just.
Well, right. Okay, fair. Do you want, right. I think the way I'm thinking about it is the decision before you is, are you satisfied with, given what we know today, are you satisfied with how the management focus of the lands is characterized? And if not, do you want us to go through a process to revisit the management focus, possibly at the end of that point, changing it or not changing it?
Okay, fair. Okay, understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. The second piece is the Endangered Species Management Plan. In June of this past year, the ODFW Commission voted to uplist the marbled murrelet from threatened to endangered. And in doing so, that set a couple of pieces into motion. The state endangers, the state ESA only has authority over lands that are managed by state agencies. So of course that brings us into the picture. So by that being set into motion, we are required to write an endangered species management plan that establishes our role in contributing to conservation, and that establishes how we're going to do that. And so in November, we'll have an information item on the consent agenda that simply lays out the process and the rule that makes all of this happen. It's the ODFW rule. And then we'll come back to you in March and affirm with you what the role of the State Forest Division is on this issue and how we think we would achieve that. And then as we work on that, we bring you an update in July, and then there'd be a final decision in November of next year by the Board of Forestry. There are then some other steps where the Endangered Species Management Plan then goes back to the commission and some timelines associated with that. But I've only shown the piece that here with the with the Board of Forestry. That was an unanticipated workload when we wrote our last work plan for the board. So, there's some potential capacity issue there, but we're working collaboratively and closely with ODFW and feel pretty good about how that's going to play out, that we can minimize the workload there.
This has been, how does that dovetail with the HCP? I know there's the state ESA and there's the federal ESA, but
Great question.
can't we just tell them, well, we already are working on an HCP, so we're okay? Or does this have to be a completely concurrent, separate plan?
Yeah, great question. The problem is time. So first of all, a federal HCP would meet the requirements of the State Endangered Species Act. So we're good there. We've been working with ODFW all along the way. If we had that right now, that would be an easy, please see, right? Go see the HCP. So one thing. Second issue that we're having is that the timeline is stacked up such that we will not have a final HCP that you would have approved within that timeline established by the commission. So after you approve it, they have 6 months themselves to take a look at it and determine if they're satisfied with how it's written. So the timeline is just too tight for us to just rely on the HCP. What we will do is to frame up, here's our approach for protecting murrelets without our HCP. And all of this would be null and void when we get the HCP. So we're still figuring out how that is written, but the notion being that once that HCP is in hand, the Endangered Species Management Plan defers to the HCP.
Thanks for that. It seems, it looks like we're only like 3 months shy.
Yes.
But I guess from me being from outside of government, can't we just ask them to extend it by 3 months and save I don't know how big of a bunch of work this is, but it sounds like a lot of work.
I think that's a fair question. And we're not the only ones in this position. Department of State Lands and the work they're doing on an HCP on the Elliott State Forest have a similar timing problem. So they also have to write an endangered species management plan on the same time frame, and their HCP won't be done in time. So it's worth a conversation, Ben. Just haven't started that. That's all for state forests.
That's a lot, Liz.
Okay. Thanks for your time. I'll turn it over to, I think that is protection. Doug Graff.
Okay, thank you, Liz. Good morning all. Doug Graff here, Chief Fire Protection. We have the fire protection work plan, and then I'll transition to administration to close out the work plans. And I'm watching time. I know we're tracking till 11:30 on this. For fire protection, you have our ongoing and annual topics. And then we have new topics, which is largely embedded in Senate Bill 762 and the agency budget, and carrying forward the governor's wildfire council recommendations, frankly, through both of those efforts. And I'll walk through first the implementation of 762 in the budget, and then move to those annual topics. Along the way, I'll touch the strategic investments because they are embedded in our work plan for the board. So first, looking at the chat, we have 3 rules advisory committees that you're well aware of are ongoing currently to initiate Senate Bill 762. And that's the wildland urban interface definition and criteria for mapping of the wildfire risk classifications, and then the prescribed fire burn manager program to be established. You all have been engaged since the passage of 762 to initiate those rules advisory committees. You know, you have a special meeting coming up October 20th to meet our 100-day commitment, which we should be very proud of ourselves for meeting that with the definition of wildland urban interface before us. That's related to the RAC 1. And you can see on the chart our next decisions for both the RAC 1 and 2 following the WUI definition as March of 2022, because we have a deadline to complete the mapping work, which includes wildland urban interface, by July 2022. So we are on a pathway to do that. So in March, we'll be before the board asking for, providing a recommendation on the mapping criteria and risk classifications to go forward for public hearings, like we just did with the definition of wildland urban interface. And that's the small d, so the preceding decisions. And then we'll move to the large D, which is a final decision, June 2022, on both the RAC 1 and 2 to meet our commitments. All that is going well. And I think a large part of that success has been this board's engagement, frankly, from the beginning. So I greatly appreciate your leadership to continue that effort moving forward. On the prescribed burn manager program, we're meeting our target deadlines with the Rule Advisory Committee number 3. And we'll have a small decision, so proceeding decision item, once again, rulemaking recommendations to codify that program, go out to public hearings once again, and return to you November 2022. So those 3 rules advisory committees are in process as planned, moving forward positively from my perspective overall. I think I'd pause there because those are the key elements relative to board interaction on rules engagement before I move to the remaining new items that we're tending to. Okay. The 4th Rules Advisory Committee to be initiated that we presented earlier this year was the baseline fire protection standards. This project work is ensuring that statewide we have a baseline fire protection standard across all jurisdictions in the state of Oregon. And there's a 2026 deadline for local implementation of that project work. We certainly sequenced and timed this effort, and you can see we'll be kicking off a committee July 2022 when we're done with RAC number 1 and 2, so we can then put our energy in RAC number 4. But I wanted to recognize too that this effort is going to be fairly significant. All of these are complicated, of course, but this one will include engaging very closely with all the counties statewide. And as you all know, the specific fire protection needs across the state vary county to county, and we'll want to listen to that and ensure that we establish baseline standards that can be achieved and implemented in 2026. It's going to take a significant effort to do that, and capacity, which we were provided for by the legislature in 762. But I just simply wanted to acknowledge why the timelines pushed out on that. We needed to get the ones that had immediate timelines done, and then we'll move on to the baseline protection standards, giving us room to 2023 to bring back a decision on that in March, which is your proceeding decision. We'll go out to public hearing and then finalize that program effort June of 2023. And although the counties have 2026 to implement, we will operate and deliver on our expectations by the legislature within our biennial budget, which is why we wanted our decisions done within our biennial budget timeframe, while we're pushing to have that done for the, going through final public hearings, June of 2023. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead and mixed up a few of those deadlines. I apologize, folks. I'd like to go back to initiating the Rules Advisory Committee starting July 2022. We're going to give ourselves room for that final decision based on what we learned from the counties out past the biennial budget. So I just conflated the line items there. My apologies. I'm going to pause there because I mixed that one up a little bit for you. Is everyone tracking the sequence and timing for baseline? Okay. We put it out to 2024. I'm sure we have some good reasons on that from my policy team relative to the complexity there. Okay, the two other new programs that we'll be engaging with the board on is a prevention program advancement and then a BLM West Oregon operating plan. And you can see there is potential legislative concepts and rule changes with decisions in front of the board related to prevention. And it is recognized clearly over 70% of fires across the state are ignited from human activity. This is our opportunity in the future to mitigate catastrophic risk by stopping those fires before they start, through engineering, enforcement, and education programs under prevention. We think it's really important at this time to evaluate our prevention programs, policies, and rules to ensure they are aligned with the times. We have done some preliminary work to evaluate where the agency might want to go, and it's fundamentally driven by the data. What does the data tell us on the causes of fires, where they're occurring, who's causing them, and target activities to counter those causes through education, enforcement, and engineering with a comprehensive review of our prevention programs. So our idea is to present to the board informational item July 2022, return to the board with any legislative concepts or rules that changes before the board consideration in 2023 for final decisions. That is our strategic initiative to advance fire prevention. So if we do come up through a comprehensive review with any legislative concepts or policy option packages to address these issues, we'll want to influence the 23-25 biennial budget, which is why we have a timeline on that prevention work. Moving to the BLM West Oregon operating plan, we have a to be determined likely informational item for the board in January next year. And this is a critical topic for the board to have context on. We have briefed in detail Board Chair Jim Kelly and Board Member Kyla Chambers on this topic. Fundamentally, the department protects 2.3 million acres of BLM Oregon, California lands and other BLM lands west of the Cascades. That brings in about $10.5 million of revenue for our fire protection system across all lands west of the Cascades, $42 million. So 25% of the revenues and protected lands on the west of the Cascades are incorporated in this agreement through protection with BLM. We share 14,000 miles of boundary line with BLM lands west of the Cascades. So as you can imagine, it's critically important to sustain that relationship and ensure one protection system across this complex landscape with significant boundary lines. The challenge we have before us moving forward on this topic is BLM has recognized limitations within their budgets that they are seeking to reduce their costs closer to $5 million. So cutting fire protection essentially in half relative to what they can provide into the system. So of course, this is a challenge, significant challenge for Oregon's fire protection system. We want to support our partners and have been working closely with the governor's office, congressional delegation to ensure adequate funding for BLM to sustain our relationship across these important lands west of the Cascade Slope. But that's certainly a challenge. And we want to be before the board and sharing the latest information and status of this work in January, and at a minimum prior to June 2022, because this is the board's annual decision on fire protection budgets. And if BLM removes acres moving into next fiscal year, then we will see impacts to our fiscal budgets in June 2022 if acres are removed out of the Oregon's protection system. So we certainly did not want the no surprises rules with the board be in front of the board in June with significant rate changes or adjustments to our fiscal budgets as it relates to any changes from BLM removing acres. So critically important topic, informational item in January for the board, with a recognition. The first impact would be potentially in June with our budgets if acres are moved, and the second impact and why it is a strategic investment for the department and the board at this time is if there are policy option packages in the future necessary to fill the gap that is created by BLM, reducing acres to achieve their $5 million target for fire protection. And if we do that, we certainly would need decision authority from those decision makers at the legislature. So that's why we have this as a strategic initiative also, and on the board's work plan. So those are the new items for this biennial budget and this work plan. And I'll take a pause there for questions before I close with the standard ongoing and annual topics, which can be much quicker.
This is Ben. Thanks for the update on the BLM plan. I'm really flummoxed. Why is a department reducing their fire budget? Everybody in the whole country is trying to raise their fire budgets right now. Do you have any backstory on why that's happening?
Yeah, it is. The word you used, I think, is a good one for that condition. It's simply a reality of BLM conducts their analysis on what they can pay for fire protection based on their standards of fire protection nationally, and have informed the state that they can no longer achieve, the increasing costs that we have been experiencing prudently in Oregon to maintain an adequate level of protection based on what we're experiencing with increasing catastrophic fires. So there's simply a misalignment relative to what BLM can afford for fire protection in Oregon at this time.
Hey, Ben, I would add to that, my view of that is that these O&C lands are sort of unusual in terms of BLM ownership because they're high value forest lands, and most BLM lands throughout the the country are low value areas, low value forests or rangelands. And so BLM kind of looks at it as this is how much we spend per acre and overall in their big picture. And why would we be spending so much more for this particular area? So, you know, you can kind of see from a bean counter kind of way where it originates, but it in the real world, it's an anomaly for them, and they're not really understanding the need for the higher level of fire protection in that kind of forest.
Jim, I think that's spot on. And Doug, I've got two quick questions for you in this work plan. You know, we heard over and over this season, the shortage of labor, the shortage of heavy equipment operators. And, you know, we understand the vaccination connection to that. I want to be sure we've got a full court press on capital labor substitution, technology options built into our work plan for this year. Because I think all of us in business know that labor is going to continue to be a real challenge for us. And this organization already relies on a heavy dose of retired people, which we are remarkably thankful for, but I don't think that's a long-term management strategy. So I want to be sure that's built in. And then under your reporting, your fire season reports, I'd like you to keep in front of the board the total acres burned. And I know you've got all this, you've shown it to us many times, but if you just keep in front of the board, total acres burned, you know, by type, private, state, federal, and the total cost of firefighting, all sources. I just think that is such an enormous number when, you know, when you see federal dollars, state dollars, private dollars, BLM dollars. It's just a good numbers to keep in front of this board.
Thank you, Kala. At this time, I would acknowledge 3 follow-ups I do have with the board from our previous discussions, and that's a follow-up on the insurance policy data point. The second one was the capital labor. So you're putting a finer point on that. That's less tangible for us at this time, but I do need to offer the board a response to that question. And I hear you relative to incorporating it into the board work plan. And I definitely need some help thinking through that a little bit more. And then the third follow-up I have for the board is on the severity budget numbers and what we were able to deliver with additional severity from this year, both with e-board investments and the advancement in severity from the budget. So just wanted to acknowledge at this time, Kala, I've not lost sight of those other components. They're in my inbox, and I'm chewing through a refinement to forward those along to Hillary.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I'll move to the annual and ongoing and close. These are the standard annual and ongoing topics. You can see the list, largely informational items, but I already referenced the one decision item for the board, which is the budgets, which occur every June. And I would just pause here with a reflection. The reality of fire conditions on the landscape that has changed is clearly reflected in our coordination with the board. And we will need to continue to have that leadership to really affect positive change and respond to the increasing catastrophic wildfires, which is the West's reality at this point. For the past decade, I've looked at this board work plan, and it's largely been in that annual and ongoing topics. We did tackle advancing prescribed fire in the last 3 years, which was a positive movement, but I would just take note of the substantial effort from strong leadership at the governor's office with the council, translating into legislative action with the passage of 762, and now in the hands of the board. and the department to carry forward. So I'm really proud of that work, and it's the right place for us to be, and eyes and ears wide open for all opportunities into the future, which is why we did keep as a strategic investment the implementation of the Governor's Council recommendations, because all those are valid, and the conversation will continue into next, future biennium. So I'll close with that in recognition of the 3 strategic initiatives you have in front of you, which is continuation of the Governor's Council recommendations, 2, prevention program review, and 3, BLM, West Oregon operating plan. That's all we have for protection, unless there's questions. Thank you all. I will turn it now to Bill for administration. Nancy, were you jump? Okay. Bill, administration.
All right, thank you, Doug. So while I have the only 2-page work plan, I think we can get through it relatively quickly since it's based on a lot of process. And I think that is key. The administrative work plan is not the administrative branch of the organization, those service delivery programs running, but rather it's an agency-wide, non-operational work plan that covers pretty much the majority of it is built around the recurring biennial process that is associated with being an executive branch agency. So much like the emerging issues in the carbon work plan, it is overarching, and all divisions, all programs have a role in a large part of it. And the work plan really identifies your points of engagement in all of those biennial processes. So let's get through that. We've been talking about the success we had in the 21-23 budget, and the first part of the work plan, the first 4 issues are about starting the next biennial budget, and that's primarily the 23-25 that's in front of us. And it's important because it's really, with all the discussion we've had, it's your opportunity to get a lot of your priorities, ideas in motion with those particular processes. So first up is issue 1, the development of legislative concepts. We've been talking about some of the changes that might need to occur if we needed to move ahead on various issues. This is how you engage on that. Starts in, like I said, 23-25 biennium starts up really quick here in January with some preceding decision items, and then ultimately gets into some final decisions if we have issues to move forward there. You will notice some new items in both the legislative concept and the budget development were the updates of the outcomes. Previously on the work plan, the board was never kind of filled in on the outcomes of both either the governor's recommended budget or the legislative approved budget. So we wanted to factor those updates into the work plan. Next is the biennial development and request in of itself. So you'll see your decision points for providing input in not only the principles of how we move forward in budget development, but also what do those draft concepts look like, the policy option packages that we want to introduce into our budget process. And once again, you can see the decision path there ultimately residing into the approval in July for our agency request budget, and then having those outcomes for both the GRB in January and the LAB in July in the following odd year. Next, the board the best practice self-evaluation. We discussed this quite a bit. Sabrina ran through that. This, is driven, the first 15 of those questions, as we talked about yesterday, is required by any executive branch agency with a governing body, but there is the opportunity to make it work for you. And you have that between January and April opportunity to discuss how this tool works for you. And there was a lot of great discussion around that. So I'm excited to see how issue number 3 unfolds this next coming year. On the second page, we have KPM review. So this is important, and this is actually each July you review the agency's KPM, but this is only from a standpoint if we look at the KPMs as they exist now and you just review the results. If you were interested in moving any of the targets, any of what the KPMs are actually measuring, they kind of come into more of the LC concept. So the timeline would shift into what you see in the legislative concept and ultimately being produced to go downtown in April. So little difference depending on if you're just reviewing results or actually wanting to change KPMs on what issue number 4 looks like. The next 4 issues, financial dashboard, human resource dashboard, facilities and public information requests, informationals. Your statutory direction does dictate organizational oversight. And these 4 were added in recent years to provide you insight into the kind of the normal operations of the agency. So we hope these provide you value. I think there was discussion yesterday on the financial information provided. You know, that's a constant reoccurring theme now, month by month, as well as you'll be getting some deeper dives every few board meetings into the financial status. And I think of one of the more important ones is our human resources dashboard. We've talked a lot about diversity, equity, inclusion. That's where some of that work will manifest, as well as safety, succession planning, staffing, and recruitment. So a lot of topics we've already discussed about. That's your opportunity to do some deep dives in that information. So really looking for input on what you want to hear on how the organization operates as a functioning body. And that's your opportunity to get some of that information. And then toward the end of the second page, we have MGO now on the work plan. And we've discussed a lot of this at the April Board of Forestry meeting, where we outlined the update status for the next 2 years. And then in addition to ODF updates, we've also talked about MGO coming and updating themselves, and those meetings are documented in the matrix. We are still working through the final contract with MGO, so we hope to be able to utilize those timeframes as they exist. I do want to point out under MGO, there's a specific to be determined on the MGO recommendation number 16. This one relates specifically to board oversight, so it's a little more engagement for the board, because it is how does the board engage on oversight and various practices, and MGO will help us work through that. So that's why you'll see the to be determined across 2022 as that recommendation gets fleshed out. And then finally on the list, but not finally that I'll discuss, is the large fire funding fix. I mentioned out the gate that strategic initiatives can manifest all different ways. Large fire funding fix, we're still working through what that looks like. So we want to be open to any way that can unfold. And that's why you'll see the to be determined across the board for this biennium. And this one I highlighted that this work plan is for everybody. Large fire funding, we were working with Doug and his shop at quite some length to figure out the next steps for that. And then finally, I mentioned what's not on the list. We will be adding the work plan process in of itself onto the administrative work plan to give you a sense of where you engage on these work plans and how you can adjust and course correct on that. So you'll be seeing another line on this that outlines the work plan process in of itself. So that's the administrative work plan. Before I move to strategic initiatives, any questions there?
Bill, just a comment. I sure like the improved financial reporting that you're providing the board. I think it's just outstanding, and I thank you for your leadership on that. And then, you know, I know you will keep us up to date, the board up to date, if we're lagging on any MGO, any of those 28 items that we agreed to. I know you will keep us up to date. And I'm assuming at some point MGO will come to the board and have an audit update with the board directly. Is that a fair assumption?
It is, and thank you for the kudos. We are trying to work hard to get you that information on the finances, and we do owe you a one pager. We are still working on that. So, but yes, as far as MGO, those are the 2 line items. We differentiate the updates in the MGO issues for ODF updates and then MGO updates. Those MGO updates are actually MGO coming to the board and giving their third-party assessment of how we're doing. So you'll hear both sides of that, internally and externally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. All right, strategic initiatives, pretty easy for administration. And this is attachment 3, page 2 on the flip side, right under fire protection. The first one is MGO in of itself. You can see it made its way onto the work plan. So that's sitting there. The next 3 are also specific to MGO, but they dive into a few of the recommendations because MGO themselves outline that there's likely going to be need to adjust or make asks during the biennial budget process. The first one is recommendation 10. This was related to electronic records. And so there would likely be an information technology ask of the legislature, hence why we have it in the ARB for 23-25. MGO 20, that's moving fire finance organization into agency administration or the administrative branch. And undoubtedly, there will be some need to do technical adjustments on position authority there, hence the 23-25 agency request budget. And then 21 was, recommendation 21 was a skill set review of any positions within the organization intersecting with finances. Undoubtedly, there will be some technical adjustments in the agency request budget, hence why that is sitting there. So those are the MGO ones. Next, we were very successful in the 21-23 biennium on deferred maintenance. One of the areas we left out that has been a recurring pop for the organization was a refurbishment of Building B, and that is the State Forester office. As you know, that building was made in 1938 and is on the historic registry. So we do owe it to keep it in fine condition, and there is a policy option package out there, and so that is on the to be determined whether we move that forward into the next agency request budget. And then we have an overarching one on a position authority. We've talked about a lot of work to be done, a lot of different directions we need to take. We received a lot of positions this biennium. Undoubtedly, some of that's going to have to be reconciled via classification or time or whatnot for our agency's position authority. And this is a line item to make sure that gets into the 23-25 agency request budget to straighten all that out, whether we need particular classifications or more or less or whatnot. And then finally, the large fire funding fix, like I said, there's a lot of ways this could go, and we just want to make sure we capture that, hence the to be determined across the board, whether this is a work plan, OAR, LC, or in our biennial budget. And that is to come from work on both agency administration and fire protection. So that wraps up the agency administrative work plan and strategic initiatives. Any questions? I think we got us back on time, Robin.
Thanks, Bill. Whew. That's a lot. General thoughts on all of this before we go into talking sort of about next steps.
This has been, as I'm sort of mulling over all of this that's been presented, and I really appreciate this opportunity to dive into these work plans. There's sort of 2 competing thoughts in my head right now. One, there's been a lot of talk about hiring. We've got a lot of folks that the department is new positions to hire right now, and I know there's continuing to be turnover. I mostly just see it here at the executive team level with a lot of actings and turnover there, which brings me to the question of capacity. And we just listed off a whole lot of work that the department's supposed to do over the next 2 years. I guess I'd look to Nancy or the division heads. How are we doing? Are we on track to accomplish this work? Yeah, I guess how does this list all these work plans square with the capacity the department has to conduct this work, I guess is the question I'm asking.
Yeah, I'll be interested in others' feedback on this as well. You know, I think I mentioned at the beginning this morning that, you know, capacity is one of those risks. And I don't use the word capacity to say that we don't have a lot of new positions that we have the opportunity to fill. So it's just really recognizing there is a lag between, you know, getting the positions and having people up and functioning where we need them to. And that's also combined with this, you know, labor shortage broadly and competition for resources amongst state agencies because other state agencies got large investments, as well as competition between states because adjacent states are making similar investments in the areas that we're hiring as well.
I think that's a really, you know, thoughtful question, Ben. And, you know, I think another thing that maybe we don't all realize is we have these plans, we have the money, and then how many days and how many FTE I spend out on fire each season. And that number just seems to, you know, have really gone exponential on us the last 4 and 5 years. So I mean, we can line all of this up, but it really depends on how big the fire season is and how much of our FTE is in the field fighting, you know, dealing with fires. It really is a huge impact on our ability to, you know, carry this out.
Doug?
Yeah, thank you, Robin. To Ben's question, the next 3 to 5 months is very critical for protection to be successful in implementing what's expected of 762. And that largely relates to hiring and adding that capacity. For context, there's just about 118 FTE that was added to fire, and that's a significant effort. But the large portion of that FTE is seasonal firefighters. So at the beginning of fire season and extending at the end of fire season as needed. So the largest portion of that is boots on the ground, folks, you know, doing the work. And I'll have a better assessment in time, but I generally speaking, I know there are struggles across the state relative to capacity. And I think it goes back to Kyla's point on capital labor. That's internal to ODF and largely, you know, available resources nationally. So we certainly will see some challenges there. That leaves 40 permanent FTE to be hired. And we've largely moved forward on a lot of those hirings with temporary employees adjusting and job rotations as you're experiencing. So when I say the next 3 to 5 months will be critical is transitioning to permanent capacity. And so we can really get towards implementing all that's expected. What does my gut tell me relative to how we've done to date? We've positioned ourselves well because you know, folks have stepped up in the agency to take on these key projects. So I don't, at this time, I wouldn't raise a red or yellow flag relative to what's not going to get done. That's expected of 762. I think we're doing the work largely detailed there in the work plan. And making good progress, but it's not going to be without challenges. And I'd have a better assessment after, you know, next 3 to 5 months of hiring, where we can pick our head up here out of fire season and be more proactive.
Hey, Bill, I think I have I guess I just want to know that the staffing questions and understanding how smoothly the recruitment process is proceeding. We would be getting updates with the human resources dashboard on that kind of piece. And then I guess I was also wondering, as you're hitting up against the vaccination timeline, if you have a sense, or when you would have a sense of the workforce implications, both in terms of your existing workforce, but then also in terms of how that's impacting your recruitment efforts.
Yeah, certainly that's normally what we would provide during those HR dashboards, but we do have some things in front of us that make that information a little more urgent. And I think that is something we can produce in a relatively short time frame to give you a sense of what that looks like. We are starting to understand what some of the vaccine mandates might have operationally being ramifications being done to us, but we will know a little better after the 18th and probably a week or so after that, because it is a lot of HR intensive work happening there. But I think that's something that we need to get together as far as information for the board sooner than what the HR informational has for next June, because I think some of that impacts the work immediately in front of us. And it's better to understand that, like we said, the data is king, and for you to understand some of what is happening. And we can make sure to get that to the board, perhaps in the one of the reports we send out soon or on a regular basis.
Thanks.
I do want to emphasize, going back to maybe my coarser overview of the more detailed work plans, we have very dedicated staff, like has been described here, that have been filling in temporarily, acting in a variety of roles. So I want to assure you that all of these topics are alive and they are being worked. And I think it's been described well here that we do need to, we will continue to assess where we fall short, whether it's we lose capacity relative to the vaccination and or reopening requirements, and or we don't gain the support and the capacity we need as a result of the recruitment efforts. We have been bringing on some new capacity, but again, we will definitely want to give you a yellow light of caution around any one project or priority if that starts to present itself.
So I know one of the high interests of the department folks was to be able to track, identify any missing pieces, if there are missing initiatives or areas of focus that you didn't see show up on these, the strategic initiative and work plan drafts. That sounds probably a little bit like an ironic question given what we were just talking about, but I think we want to just make sure that if the board has an interest in any other, elements of work or bodies of work that you didn't see showing up yet, that we track those, we identify those now. So I'll just open a little space for that. I was trying to track yesterday some of the conversations as well as this morning, and I didn't see anything that was brand new. Definitely ways of integrating and ways of communicating, but I didn't see new initiatives, but I may be missing those. So I've got two hands up, Doug and Brenda.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. Just acknowledge for fire protection, the one I'm tracking, that's new. And I need to get my head around understanding it a little bit better, how to articulate and where it sits. And that's that capital labor capacity issue. What's the right place for that conversation? So that's my follow-up relative to new items on the list.
Great, thank you. Brenda.
Yeah, oops, let's see. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button while I was trying to lower my hand. I was just quick question for Bill and or Danny. Maybe you mentioned it and I missed it. I apologize if I did, but is there an effort to assess the carbon footprint for the agency and for forest management statewide?
I don't know what Oh, go ahead, Danny.
Go ahead, Bill.
There, from a operational perspective, as far as how we do business and what is that doing, we're not currently doing the work, but we are planning the work. So it is being discussed in the various programs on what that looks like, be it facilities, motor pool, all of those kind of IT, all of those kind of things to get a footprint from that nature. But we haven't actively done the work, but we are exploring how best to accomplish that. Danny, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Not specifically. I was just going to highlight that Facilities does produce a sustainability report in line with the Oregon Sustainability Board. That's part of DAS. And that's I think the most recent one. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 2018. So that's available. And then I'm not sure what is available from Motor Pool, but they do track fuel usage and things like that. So,
Yeah, thank you both. You know, given the focus of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in Executive Order 2004, it seems like that might be something to add to the plate if there's capacity. And I realize that this might be a big lift, but it might be something that could be contracted out if there was additional funding to do that.
Yes, exactly. Danny mentioned some of the approaches we've been taking today, and certainly, you know, Facilities Motor Pool is moving forward on these fronts individually. What we were looking at is how do we collectively bring all that and give you an insightful picture. And we have been looking down the road of contracting that out to get that baseline understanding using the tools we already have implemented. So more to come on that, but we're thinking the same things, Brenda.
Thank you.
I would like to just say that, you know, Brenda's not alone on this, and I agree that contracting may be the best way, but yeah, I'd like to see it show up in our plans and see some sort of timeline and commitment for when it could be reasonably completed.
yeah, and I think it's ODFW that has recently contracted that out for their agency. And that contractor produced a very nice report, as I recall. So there are options.
It is available, and maybe that's something that can be shared with the board more generally. I think I passed it on to you, Danny. I can't recall, but it's something that I think each agency should be looking carefully at, so we can get a state government assessment of what our carbon footprint is.
Yep, and there are other efforts at other agencies looking to create a more holistic and, you know, state enterprise-wide reduction portfolio, basically. You know, ODO specifically there. So,
thank you.
I think it's good to have a view of statewide government carbon impact, but I also think it's important, you know, when we look at forestry in Oregon, the governance, ODF, is part of forestry in Oregon. And so when we try to assess what the carbon footprint is of forestry, we need to include ODF's footprint.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And more generally, too, you know, when we think about carbon sequestration and storage, it is maximizing storage of carbon per unit of greenhouse gas emissions. You know, it's that formula that's going to give us the biggest bang for the buck, if you will. And then how that weighs into potential changes in forest management, either through incentives or otherwise, or in the case of state forest, what could be done there to minimize greenhouse gas emissions while maximizing storage.
Other ideas, other new items? Okay, so the next question is, how do we all get this done? So I know there were some there is some question about, and maybe this isn't the right time or headspace to do this, but really kind of helping figure out ways to prioritize and sequence these items in a way that makes sense. And I think there were a lot of ideas that started to surface today. But are there other ideas that you have based on just kind of looking at this whole picture of what's in front of you and the department? Does anything come to mind in terms of synergies or sequencing that might assist in things like streamlining some of these efforts?
I think we do need to revisit and discuss a little bit the elephant in the room, which of course is the large fire funding. And we've seen how incredibly impactful that can be and how it can undermine the whole department if not handled well. Now, obviously, the board doesn't control the purse strings here, but I think, I know this is really going to be job one going forward to solve that. And so we need to be thinking about what our role is in working with the governor and the legislature and the state treasurer and supporting the state forester. And as this issue comes to the place where we can actually be, and I think we are finally in the place where we can kind of be that credible partner in these conversations. But this is just, can't emphasize how important it is.
It's Jim. Brenda?
Yeah, thanks. I probably not going to articulate this very well because it's still rolling around in my brain, but the discussion around the work plans for each one of the divisions was really helpful to kind of get a sense for the huge amount of work that is in front of all of them. But I keep coming back to, what are the linkages among them? Where are we seeing true collaboration among the divisions? And in my mind, I'm picturing some sort of a matrix where the rows are the different divisions and the columns are some sort of, whether it be carbon or climate change or species or timber production or whatever the things are that we're trying to produce from each one of the divisions, protection from fire, whatever, to get a better understanding of how the different divisions are working together to address each one of these values, I guess, that we have for forests. I'm sure there's a flow chart in there somewhere, Chandra, but I'm stuck on a matrix at the moment.
Tomato. Jim, were you going to say something?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just say I'm struggling with that too, Brenda, and I keep coming back to just the term the roll up a little bit, and maybe that's not exactly accurate, but I'm seeing a figure as well where you're showing the connections and you're telling the story, right? And part of that might be articulating a little bit better, what we mean in terms of healthy, resilient forests, and these are the different values that we're seeking to protect and sustain. And all of these programs have a piece of that, and they touch on probably a lot of those values, and they have different mechanisms that they have available to them to push forward on those objectives. And so it's all going to come around to the FBFO at some point as well, where we're helping to tell that story. But I do think it needs to be a little bit more cohesive, or maybe it's more like a roadmap too, right? Where it's like we're establishing some path that we can all follow to get to some endpoint, but we're not really letting other people understand that path so that they can follow us too. You know what I mean? We should all understand the path, and we should all be able to go down it and understand where we're heading. And I think we need to do that in everything that we're creating.
Yeah, thanks, Chandra. That's really helpful. I think some sort of synthesis that can provide clarity to where we're going in the larger picture. And I think this is something that Carla brought up earlier as well.
I agree with you. And I think in economics, we talk about externalities. And it's why I bring up the smoke, a healthy forest shouldn't be producing, record days of unhealthy, breathing air. And so what are the externalities beyond what we may have direct control of that give us that bigger picture? Are we from a, what is our interactiveness here? Are we actually, really moving the needle on carbon, on clean air? And I think that's the overarching beauty of healthier forests is we should be moving the needle on, not only what we control, but the externalities as well.
Nancy, you have some thoughts?
Well, I think on this discussion in particular, the one piece of that resonates well for me is where you mentioned the forestry program for Oregon. And, I think if in the discussion yesterday, you talked about that being all inclusive, all lands in Oregon. And then, that's really the place that I think we have historically drawn really our direction and priorities from the board's ownership and vision there. And, just simply to say that we're kind of we're never in quite the right sequence, right? But we do have clarity in the soon to be considered climate change and carbon plan. And I think, if anything, I would encourage where you can focus your sequencing of the forestry program for Oregon to better assure that in building that you perhaps bring in some of these other outside speakers that you were talking about to help frame that broader context. And then at the pace that you're able to work, to me, that's the biggest key driver and footprint that will be lasting for this board.
Joe, I saw you just come back on the screen. Any thoughts from you at this point?
Good discussion. I appreciate it. I'm hearing most of it. I don't have anything else to add.
All right. Well, I think as we start to wrap on the day, I would just really like us to maybe first invite some general closing observations from our chair and state forester, and then I'll do a little closing for everyone.
Okay.
So, Jim.
Well, honestly, I'm feeling a little low energy at this point. I'm glad this thing won't go on too much further. I'm struggling to stay with it. But that said, I think we've done a pretty good job of what we needed to do today. There's just a tremendous amount of work as we go forward. I also want, it was just brought up around the idea of these outside speakers and Nancy saying, that can be kind of a fundamental help us as we go forward with our process for the forestry program for Oregon. A couple of names have been named. I would encourage each board member, because I know there's been recommendations in the past on other presenters that we would want to make. I know, Brenda, you've made suggestions once or twice. I think we've had such our meetings have been pretty full of other things as we've gone through the recruitment process and all. So I encourage everyone, if you've got whatever presentations that we might want to be seeing as a board over the next year, please put in writing those suggestions and send them to me and certainly copy Hillary so that we can start implementing that and putting it into our future board meetings. Beyond that, a lot of hard work. Thanks to all of you for being there through all of this. Nancy?
Yeah, well, I'm glad. I think you're probably not alone in feeling that your tank might be getting a little low there. That said, we just stand up and we just keep on going. That's what we got to do every day. So trust and know that that's what we're doing. I do want to say thanks for the robust conversation and feedback that we heard today. I also want to remind board members that really this is the beginning of this conversation around your priorities and the sequencing of that work. I want to share that I think we have heard, at least I have heard, some consistent themes around your feedback, that we need to do a better job at representing our integrated work, making those linkages and representing that collaboration. I think we've heard feedback around considering overarching work plan for forest mitigation, which might represent an improved focus and strengthen that area as a priority. I think you want to see stronger commitments in the climate change carbon plan implementation. I think we need some further discussion about that amongst the executive team. And we heard clearly about the addition of a carbon footprint study. You want to make that more transparent in the work plan. Lastly, I think for me, I had intended to go back to kind of the list. We are tracking the names that were named relative to possible speakers, and we're tracking the economic report revenues from harvests across various landowners. And as Jim said, we'll continue to take more input. So I'll leave it at that. We appreciate your engagement and ownership of your forestry program for Oregon and your work plans. So thank you.
Nancy, that was a great job on summarizing a lot of important pieces that came out of this. I think you caught a lot of it, if not all of it.
So in closing, we started this retreat with some contemplating around essentials. And I would like us to just come full circle on that now that you've spent a couple of days together and you've had these very rich conversations. You've got a sight line as to what's out in front of you for the next few years. Where are you at now in terms of that question of essential? What do you consider to be an essential piece to success moving forward? And maybe we just ask who would like to start. If something comes top of mind. All right, Joe.
I will start. I'm connected well. I think, first of all, I am very thankful for this board. And so I'm very thankful for all of you and all staff that have contributed to this meeting over the last 2 days. I think when I think about essential, I think and we talked about this earlier, and it's unfortunately so we're not being able to do, but we got to get out into the woods and start looking at some of these things firsthand. I think that's going to be essential for this board. And I think, we talk a lot about mitigation, and we talk a lot about fire and even restoration and what those things mean. And there's no substitute for seeing those things firsthand in the field and understanding what, we talk about it, what that means, I think, virtually here, especially, but actually seeing it firsthand. And I see that firsthand out in the woods that I work. I see forest fires firsthand. I see federal lands that have been destroyed by forest fire and turning to brush fields and things of that nature. And I don't want to get on my soapbox too much here, but I think it really will be essential for this board to get out and have that discussion in the field. And so I know Jim knows that, and I hope that in this coming year, we can do that, because I think the value of that will be tremendous for this body. So, but thank you. But I'm very thankful for all of you. Thank you.
I would agree with that, Joe. I think, as we look at a farming season, this has been one of the most difficult ones we have ever had. 116 degrees decimates crops, it decimates berries. It really makes us think about how do we move from just defense to offense in a more meaningful, practical way, as we're out here in the ground managing these natural resources. And I think, in a way, we've talked about a bigger picture, looking at a bigger picture of moving from defense to offense, because so much of this work plan is pure defense, and we're getting more and more of that, not less of it. And, I think it just begs some really bigger questions on our forests and our approach and how we genuinely move that needle.
Well, I'll jump in. What's essential for me personally is to go for a couple of more long walks and let this whole thing kind of roam around in my brain and try to make sense of it all, because it is large, complex, and I completely agree with Chandra's roadmap piece, and need to think more about how to make that happen. For the board, I agree with Joe. I think getting out in the field and seeing some of these situations that have occurred in different forest types across the state, and have each one of us interpret what we're seeing, because what I think Joe sees as complete devastation of a forest returning to brush fields, I see as a conversion to a different habitat type. And it's something that's happened for eons. It's just that climate change is creating things happening more intensely and more frequently than it has in the past. And how are we going to deal with that? What are we going to do about that? And I think the best place to have those discussions is standing out in the forest. And if COVID restricts us to continuing in this manner, then okay, I guess we're reducing our climate, our greenhouse gas emissions, but I do think I agree with Joe. There's real value to being out in the field.
I'll third or fourth that. I like being in the woods. I would love to walk around the woods with all of you. As I reflect on this and what's essential, I go back to the staff in the Department of Forestry. I mean, we interact with the executive team, the folks who are here on this Zoom meeting, but there's a lot of folks behind you making all this happen. And, a lot of this is not big glamorous policy work, or it's nitty-gritty administrative work that's essential to the operations of this whole department and all that this department does. And taking a line from Joe, there's a lot of gratitude for all of the staff at ODF who do all of this work and make this meeting possible, and make all of the ideas that we keep mulling over in these meetings reality. And that's a huge amount of work, and it's really important work. And I feel very grateful for all of the wonderful folks in the department who are doing all of this work. And we're in good hands.
And then I get to second or third, fourth, fifth, whatever it is, everybody's previous statements, which I agree with. Brenda, from a personal standpoint, I think, yes, a walk sounds great right now, and probably a glass of wine later to digest all of this as a personal need. But as far as for the board work, I think I'm just left with thinking that we need to stay forward looking. And I think that kind of gets at what you're talking about a little bit, Carla, in terms of it's going to be really easy to get bogged down in details, which we need to be, and to be reactive to what other people are asking us for. And we need to be that as well. But we need to keep our eyes toward the future and making sure that we're crafting solutions that not only meet this moment, but meet what we anticipate to be the future conditions decades out from now. And thinking about non-traditional solutions in that period, and bringing in people with diverse perspectives that might be able to educate us on things that we do not have expertise in necessarily at this moment, or all of us don't. And so I think all those threads were things that we talked about over the last 2 days, and I really appreciated hearing that. And I think, again, still left looking forward to getting to spend some more time working on these issues next few years.
Okay, well, for me in the short term, what's going to be essential is a nap. But seriously, as Ben was saying, the work is really, really important. And I think, what is most essential is that this board continues to operate and communicate in the ways that we've all witnessed. And, I've just watched all of you deal with each other so beautifully and respectfully, and not in a false way. And you push each other a little bit, and sometimes you're kind of needling each other, but you're doing it just so nicely. And so again, I see it, all of these interactions as genuine, and so we got to hold on to that if we're going to do this big important job. That's where I see it essential, is what we've got to hold on to.
Nancy, why don't you offer your thoughts on that essential question?
Well, I liked a lot of what I heard. I might have to wait till 5 o'clock to manage some of that in, but it's definitely on the forefront of my mind. I was kind of reflecting back, without a doubt for me, that the communication is going to be this kind of communication amongst board members, and that continued communication and partnership, partnering with your team here at the department to really be able to move the needle on your priorities. And that kind of takes me back to the word Jim used about the term, I think was intensity, yesterday morning. And this is serious, intense work. And you have individuals, Ben, that you referred to as, folks out there on the front line, at the front desk, all the employees that are actively going about having an effect on forests in Oregon. And I just want to note that your appreciation and recognition of that will ripple throughout this organization. So thank you. So with that, just communicate, and we need to stay at the same kind of intensity, but a sustainable intensity as we move forward.
Great. So we won't keep you here much longer, but just want to appreciate all of you for leaning in and really staying focused and present. And I know it's difficult to do in this virtual platform, but you did it really well. And I'm very hopeful for all the next steps. What are the next steps? When does the board get back together? When will we sort of re-look at some of these work plans and strategic initiatives? You don't have to go into detail, but
I defer to you.
Oh, is someone? Oh,
Yeah, I heard something there too.
okay.
If you're looking for kind of that next step, I think that fortunately we have, I think, established some really strong, healthy relationships between board members and the team here. So I would expect those conversations to continue and to continue to inform what we bring to you, which I believe happens in January. Is that right, Bill? And then that'll be kind of your first iteration of the next version of your work plan. And we would continue to take feedback on that there. And then I think it comes back to you in March to kind of finalize moving forward.
Great. It sounds like the FPFO conversations will start up in March as well. Okay. Excellent. All right. Well, I'm gonna either close it out or defer to Jim to close us out here.
Okay, I'll do the closeout. I do want to, for any members of the public watching, remind them about our recruitment process and availability to both provide comments as well as possible questions for the next interview process, and that can be done on the board, on the ODF website, on the board meeting site. Other than that, I think we're done, and this Board of Forestry retreat is therefore adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope it's our last Zoom